Good morning, everybody. It is 6 a.m. in Sparkover land, and we are going to play some Dragon Warrior. Based on my microphone levels, I might need to turn myself up a wee bit, so if I do, feel free to let me know. It did sound good last night, but I was also talking in not my morning voice. It occurs to me, by the lovely Draven, that I should have my live split open in order to do this speedrun. Alright, I did turn down the game audio a little bit, and I opened my timer. Welcome to Sparko, waking up at 5 a.m. to play video games. It's a beautiful day. Alright. So, as is any important speedrun, we will erase our current quest and start all over again. So, my chosen name for this game is Little D. It's important that it's not capitalized. You want, for the non-manipulated route, you want to have a strength and HP build. There are 4 different names that can do that. The most popular one seems to be Big Z. There's Little D, and there are 2 more, which I am definitely forgetting, because, well, the popular one and mine are clearly the important ones. So yeah, your different name can affect your stat build, and you want to be focusing on strength and HP so you can beat the Dragon Lord. We are most likely going to be grinding up to level 19. 18 is what you want for the, if you're like going for a more top tier time, but for marathon safety, 19 is the business. Exclamation point is actually used in the manipulated route. And we're doing the non-manipulated route because I figure Dragon Warrior is such a good game. Instead of only letting you get to watch it for 25 minutes, which I can't even do, I'll let you watch it for a good 6 hours. So we are just about on schedule here. I may as well just wait and see when the clock moves over to 6 o'clock on my end, which is 8 o'clock Eastern, which is whatever time it is in all of your lovely people's time zones. We're going to have fun today. I have a 6 a.m., so let's start the run right away. So we are the descendant of Erdrick, and the Dragon Lord has taken over the world. We need to capture the Ball of Light. We need to capture it? Yes. We need to capture the Ball of Light. So starting off on our adventure, you cannot menu wrap in this game. So I've played a lot of randomizer. In the randomizer of this, you can wrap around the menu to go to the bottom. That's not a feature in the vanilla version. So you get a torch, an herb, and a key. You need the key to get out the door. We figure it's just a way for everybody to, you know, learn how the game works. So first off, we'll be heading off to do some shopping. Anyway, thank you very much for the good luck. We will have fun. So we start off, we'll purchase a club, and we will purchase some clothes. So in this game, the equipment auto-equips, so we don't need to worry about that. Look at our sprite. We have now earned, you know, a little pixelated sword in our hands. And, of course, some townsfolk are in our way. Excuse me. And so here we need to buy a dragon scale. Don the scale of the dragon. Sell it back. Oop, no, don't sell the torch. Sell the dragon scale. So you keep the bonus of defense for that even after you sell it. So that's a fun little thing. Let's stop mismenuing. And then here we buy an herb. And that's it. That's all we can afford. And we leave. Yeah, so in the Dragon Warrior Randomizer, the creator of it, McGrew, added a second staircase to the castle, just to make exiting it faster. This is before renovation. So right now, our goal is to get up to level 3. We'll of course be starting that out by fighting some slimes. So these different tiles on the overworld have different encounter rates. And the highest encounter rate is either on these hills that I am on or some desert. But there is no desert close to here in any zone with enemies we can fight. So we'll be on the hills. We'll be finding mostly slimes and a few drakies. Drakies are very dangerous to fight at level 1, so I might just run from them as far as marathon safety goes. We really want to be finding the regular slime, not the red one, but we'll still fight these. And yes, body blocking NPCs can be, you know, a little bit rude. We will hopefully not come across too many more. Thank you for the good luck, Kaiten. It's gonna be a long run. So I have played a lot of Randomizer where we play on faster experience, so I'm not entirely totally remembering the levels of experience when I get my next levels here, but there'll be surprises, there'll be fun surprises. Ah, there's finally a slime. And there's level 2 at 7 experience. So we get a little bit of power, a little bit of hit points. We do have one herb that we will use to heal ourselves up, but because we only have one, we definitely wanted to wait until we got the level. So at this point, I would love to fight one more slime before I use the herb. But this is a Drakey, and this is not a good situation to be in. So if I were closer to the level, I might consider fighting one. There we go, there's the one more slime I asked for. And we even killed it in one hit. Technically I could tempt fate and ask for another one, but let's just use it now. Heal up. All the slimes indeed, this is what we want. So everyone get cozy. We're going to be doing a lot of walking back and forth. Slimes are great. They are the building block of this game. Yes, early morning Dragon Warrior. It's kind of a tradition at this point for the Valkyrie RPGs. Can it be a tradition if you've done it twice so far? I hope so. Yeah, I don't know, you're probably not going to make a reputation for yourself calling yourself the Slime Slayer. It's sort of, you know, the basic enemy. I'm sorry, would you like, here, command, 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 fight. Just for you. So, for those of you who have not seen the manipulated route of this, it involves frame perfect input after input. And the way a human will buffer that is to hold down the B button, and you will see the text command, 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 and then you hit the fight command you want on, well, the proper frame. But we're not doing that today. Not to say that any of those commands I did actually did anything. So the RNG in this game cycles from the moment you start the game, you load the save file. So even though I did some commands there, they did nothing to give me information. Pretty much as soon as the run starts, if you let the RNG go out of your control for 1 second, it just spirals out of control. There's really no way to regain it. The ultimate slime slayer is a kitchen sponge. Yes, and maybe some good dish detergent. So we're getting there. My memory wants to tell me level 22 is the next level, and that story checks out because I believe 17 is the level in the randomizer. So, nope, 23 maybe? We're very close to level 2. Or level 3, rather. And then we get a change of scenery. Grinding time, yes. Have you ever wanted to see someone grind for levels? Because, dear me, I have the show for you right here. There's our level. 23 was the number. Courage and wit. So, we learned a new spell. Wow, that's really exciting. We have learned the heal spell. So, for starters, we are going to go back to town. Oop, not go up there. We're going to go here to the inn, the cheapest inn in the game. Yes, we'd like a room. I'd like some coffee. So I have a really large cup of coffee with me. So now for our change of scenery. We want to fight some spooky ghosts. Oh no. So over here, we can fight some ghosts. They're a little bit stronger, but you know what? We're a little bit stronger too. So we'll be grinding here until level 4. We have exactly 1 cast of the heal spell as well, which we'll use probably when we get down to around mid. Probably in the single digits, I want to say, for hit points. Wait, you're telling me that there is a game that has a song worse to listen to than this for like 6 hours? So the truth is, this speedrun is like 95% grinding and 5% advancing the plot. But it's a good time to just, you know, sit back and relax. Morning, Kay. Thank you for the good luck. Hey Alexa, I'm glad you are excited for this run. We are going to have a beautiful time here today. Now that puts us in the red, but I want to believe in my ability to fight this Drakey. There we go. So now we need to heal. Our 1 shot of heal. And it only brought us up to 16 health, so if I take too much more damage, I'm going to just go back to the slime-only zone. The Dragon Warrior battle music is an acquired taste. It's not terrible, but back in the day when I would speedrun this game multiple times a week, it kind of got to me a few times. It's just a very repetitive music. It's not bad, it's just, you know, for a 6-hour run you do hear it a lot. Alright. I'm gonna do a little, I didn't know I could find a ghost down here. Well, this might be a risky fight, but I'm going to go for it because I believe it'll give me my level. Come on, brave warrior, you can do it. There you go. Oh, one more for a level. Okay, so for safety, I am going to head back towards the town. I believe I only need one more experience point, so a slime will give me that. And of course, in a very flashy show of attack, I get the excellent move for our level. So level 4, here's where something exciting gets to happen. So first off, of course, I go to town. I have to double check my money. I want to have 53 money after staying at the inn, and considering I've got 71 right now, we're in very good shape. So this is the first, like, really difficult part of the speed run. You have to go on a walk through some very scary territory. Now, because of that, and we're in a marathon, we're gonna save. That's the polite thing to do. So we just talk to the king, tell him all about what we did, take a sip of coffee. And carry on our way. So, because we have saved, if anything goes wrong during our walk, we can simply just reset and start it all over again. So we're walking over to the town of Rimildar where we can buy some keys. We don't really need to fight anything on the way here. But I found one slime and I'm like, why not? So now we finally get to see some scenery beyond, you know, the very beginning of the game. So look, we get to cross a bridge. Things get scary when you cross bridges. Generally, when you cross a bridge in this game, that is a sign of things are about to get scary on the other side. What's this dark colored tile? Ouch. So yeah, swamp tiles will take away 2 HP per step. And now we're in a cave. So if you don't know where you're going, you probably want to be using a torch in this point, but the swamp cave is very straightforward. It's just straight down for a long time, followed by a little shimmy at the end. Easiest cave to learn your way through. Thank you, High Spirits, for the bears. Bears are great. So I'm just listening for the bonks. And we made it through. So we're gonna find a lot of really frightening enemies over at this side of the water. We've got wolves that can attack us for a long point, a large amount of time. Hits, not time. And we got back attacked by one. That's terrible. And we got attacked a second time by it, so unfortunately we must reset. And start over again. That walk. Well, Brilliant Insanity, if you can watch me walking back and forth, and that will keep you awake, I'm glad. I'm sorry, the music will have to get a little bit scary at some points, but you know what? We are a brave warrior, and we can handle this scary music. And if any of you get scared, I am here for you to protect you from it. But yes, getting back attacked by an enemy is probably not a good thing. The only time you want that to happen is when you are trying to get back home. We will be using a death a few times in the run to get back home. That was not one of them, not quite yet. We have shopping to do. So, back into the Hurdy Swamp. You'll notice also we learned the Hurt spell along the way. We will be using that a little bit later. So again, just using the bonks to tell where I am, it means we're hitting the wall. Another thing used in the manipulated run as well, actually. Sort of the way of buffering your moves in the dark. So here's a warlock. It can put us to sleep. That's really bad. Fortunately, we woke up on the first time, so I've only got 2 casts of heal left, and I'm not sure how brave I want to try and be here, but I'm just going to go with that for now, even though I didn't have too much health taken from me. Oh look, we're back attacked by a wolf again. But that time only hit for single digits. So before I round the corner, I'll heal one more time. There is our town. It's in view. Skeleton isn't as dangerous as a wolf as far as taking damage goes. But it's not letting us run. So that is... this is being some trouble. We're gonna have one more chance of running here, and we did not get it. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to go for a run, another walk again. Another beautiful walk. And yes, thanks High Spirits for covering that. Running in this game is based on my agility, which isn't that great right now, because I'm level 4 and I'm going places where technically I shouldn't be going. So off we go again. Back into the cave. Yeah, the game just knows sometimes if you're trying to go fast. So here's revenge on the skeleton. And we got away that time, so that's very nice. Another warlock, another preemptive sleep attack. Again, we woke up right away, but still can't run, and there we go. This time we're a little bit ahead on the MP as before, but I feel like that was a bit of a small heal. Do it again here. Round the corner across the scary bridge, and we made it. So in this town we can buy keys, but you have to be sneaky. Instead of walking into the town like they sort of want you to do, you have to walk around the town. And there's this shop in the back where you can buy a magic key, and that is very important for the next part of this. So we can afford exactly 1 key. And now we want to go home really fast. So remember that time when we were back attacked by an enemy and we were unhappy? Now we're very happy that this happens. So I think actually I might try and run and find a wolf, maybe? Or at least a skeleton. Warlocks are just kind of slow, but I found another one, so let's just let this finish us off. Oh yeah, I suppose that was a mistake on my scene. It should say no RNG manipulation. We are definitely doing a chest glitch. In fact, that's what we're about to set up right now. So, my mistake there, my apologies. So we save again, because honestly, we're gonna save whenever we talk to the king. It's just the good thing to do in a marathon. And now, indeed, as was just discussed in chat, we are setting up the chest glitch. We want to go shopping for a lot of things, but we don't have a lot of money. So there is a glitch that you can take care of all of your money woes with. But first, we have to do the setup. So we're going to be going over to the mountain cave. Same as before, we're just going to run from all the enemies. They're going to try and let us not run. And we're going to be traveling through another cave. How much gold will I need? I want to say 5457 is my number. That sounds about right. That sounds very right. We're going to be buying a full plate, a large shield, and a broadsword. So here is the mountain cave. I'll be using my torch, and so the goal is we want to open 2 chests in here. And if we get lucky, we'll find a death necklace that we can sell for money. And oh, I already went the wrong way because I am defaulting to randomizer route, but that's okay. That chest is just one that we won't open up in the treasury, which technically that took a little bit more time, but I've got another herb. Look how safe I'm being. And yeah, I believe I will be opening chests for close to about 20 minutes, but oops. But we'll see how that goes. So I'm just going to put on a heal for safety here. So we got 14 gold from that chest. Wait a second, that's not very much. How are we going to get 5,000 gold? Taking it from a chest over and over again. It'll be fun. So with this bottom chest over here, there's a chance that we'll be able to get a death necklace. All it does is curse you and lets you be unable to be inside the castle, but you can sell it for a lot of money. So these enemies really don't want me to go around this corner, unfortunately. But just right here is our chest, and we get some gold. So now we will do a death warp. And I'm not going to try too much to fight all the enemies, but I will try and fight one enemy for a chance of some extra experience. And if it happens to send me home, then that's fine. Usually I would do this on something like a Magidrakey, but I'm not too picky. Well, this one's taking its sweet time. It's not the best thing to fight, but I'm just taking the first thing I can at this point. So now it's time to go home. So, remember in the beginning of the game when there were 3 chests in this room here? The game has room to store 8 treasure chests, and in the mountain cave we opened 6, and those 3 from the treasury remain saved being open. So there's chest number 7, there's chest number 8, and this should be chest number 9, and as you'll see, it stays there and doesn't go into the storage because the game has no more storage for treasure chests. So what happens is when you enter the overworld, it clears that memory, so only the 3 original ones from the starting screen will stay in there. So because all the other chests are stored in there because it's full of 8 chests, this 9th one has nowhere to go. So we're able to keep opening it over and over and over again. And this is how we're going to make 5,400 monies. So if anyone wanted to stretch, needs to get a glass of water or something because you want to stay hydrated, you know, now's a decent time. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the gold grind. And yes, there's always a very tiny stack of gold inside. I believe the range is 6 to 12 or 13. 13. There's a 13. There's my answer. So you're averaging about 9-ish every time. And yeah, in the randomizer, this is totally sped up by, instead of having a range of 6 to 13, you have a range of somewhere in the low 500s to somewhere in the 700s. Yeah, exactly. Come on, the 13s. Cheering on the 13s. Double digits. Let's go. So we're 10% there. So you'd think that maybe this is like, I can take a nice break, I can drink some coffee. But no. I need both hands focused for this. Yeah, true. We might want to save some of our 13s for a Dragon Lord fight. And yeah, so regarding this being faster than not, people have tried to root out something else where you would just grind normally, because a lot of people might think, well, you're sitting here doing this for like 20 minutes, you're not getting experience, how can this be faster? But the reason is we're going to use this to get some equipment and weapons like ahead of, more like armor and weapons, I mean, that's, you know, you normally wouldn't have at this point in the game. And being stronger than you're expecting to be in these early levels overcompensates for the time it takes to grind this out. And yes, there will be some missed menus. There will be some doors. Heck, there might be a search. The very first menu I did today, I tried to hit up from spell there because, again, in the randomizer, there's a menu wrap option added. That doesn't exist here. Alright, so hey, 1000 hype. So you can usually tell your menuing is pretty decent as long as the people in the castle don't start walking around. In one of my earlier runs, the guard just north of me, he actually got out into the hallway and started walking back and forth, and he blocked me from getting back to the king. So, you know, now I'm a little better at my menuing. Yeah, true enough, this is our biggest break from the battle music now. Most people definitely find this a lot more pleasant, though, than the battle music. I believe 5457 is always the number that I went for. I think that usually compensates for when you sell back items, you'll get a little bit back, so I might just cushion up my money just a tiny bit just in case I've forgotten something, but I'm pretty sure I am 5457 is the goal, because pretty much, let's stop and think. We've got time here. We're going to be spending 1,500. Look at that, I'm at 1,500 right there. 1,500 on the broadsword, and then another 3,000 on the full plate, which takes you to 4,500, and then 800 on the large shield. And then you want to stock up on herbs. You want full herbs and I think a torch or two. And you'll make a very minuscule amount of money back by selling your club and clothes, but that's barely enough to count for. And then you also want, I believe it's 55 gold to stay at the inn when we get back to Remolder. Though this time it'll be easier, because we'll actually have some armor on this time instead of just clothing and a dragon scale. So yeah, 5,300 for the equipment alone, and then just a wee bit extra for the herbs and the torch and the inn stay. So that makes sense. 54, 57 checks out. Alright, so I'm just going to take this moment to have a stand. It's not often these days that I have time to do a long, like 6-hour run. So when I do, I try and remember to take standing breaks. Even though it's only about half an hour into the run, it's, you know, it's good. It'll wake me up. We can watch the sunrise together, except the sun is on the other side of my building. But, you know, that's beside the point. So 2,000 hype, we're there. 2/3 of the way there, and a little bit to go. So yeah, definitely good news is once we get all this gold, it'll be a lot safer to travel around the world. The first town we go to is supposed to be the second one that you normally progress to. I believe it's implied, but we'll be getting a nice old shield from there. I argue with you, Brilliant Insanity. The sky is dark. This game does need commands for every action. Command? Yeah, one thing that's definitely a bugger to me, the stairs command, which was removed in later games. You could just then walk onto the stairs. Now the door command, I'm actually kind of a fan of, because in future Dragon Warrior games on the Nintendo, I don't think it's all of them, but I know on some of them, I forget if the door command is totally removed or if it comes back later, but either way, going into your inventory and taking out a key is actually not as much fun as the door button. Now, in the Super Famicom remake of this, they actually added a very nice quality of life improvement. The shoulder buttons, L and R, act as an all-purpose talk, search, take, door button. It's really good. Yeah, 2,500 hype. We are about halfway there now. Ish. Yeah, close enough. And there's a door. There is no door here. Our hero is trying to open the door from the wall. Look, excuse me, please. Ah yes, the chest door. So it's a really good thing that that guard is facing the other way. If he were facing me, that would be kind of awkward. Just kind of this hero standing here, continuously grasping inside a chest. nice. Everything button is very functional. Of course, you know, Nintendo didn't have that back in the day, but we only had an A and a B button to work with. What do you want? Alright, so 2 more, 1 more hopefully, yes, and we are at 3,000. There is no C button, is there? I mean, Super Nintendo then went to the end of the alphabet instead. Ah, Sega has a C button, alright. I'm not as familiar with the Sega system myself, so please forgive me. Yeah, true enough. I guess A could be anything and B could be menu. Mostly in most Nintendo, like with a game like this, it seems to be A is, you know, the yes or menu button and B is the no button. So funny enough, back when I used to run this a lot, despite the fact that the battle music was sort of the one that would, you know, get to me, this is the part of the run that I looked forward to the least. Because at least during the battles, you can give your hands a bit of a rest, like one hand can do the walking and then you switch to the other hand doing the battling. In this, it's actually pretty pure inputs through the whole time. But 2,000 gold to go. True, there is a select button. But it selects nothing. Actually, when I first played through this game, someone who knew the game pretty well was sort of watching me play through it blind, and they didn't know that there was a pause button. I thought I had frozen the game. It turns out you can actually just pause on the overworld. Yeah, this is the speedrun part of the speedrun. I mean, it's kind of true. There are a lot of optimizations you can do just by, you know, having good menuing skills in this. Like, say, the times I hit door by accident. That wastes time and does nothing. But yeah, this is definitely the most input-heavy version of the run. Cannot wait for a drink of my coffee. It'll be beautiful. Almost to 4,000 here. Almost. And 4,000. Getting there. It always feels like such a daunting task to do all of this, but we're getting there. $4,000 hype indeed. I find, honestly, for the gold grind portion, if I just break it down into smaller sections, it does make it a lot easier and helps pass the time. And of course, lovely chat with lovely people like all of you. But I find if I break it up into, if I can like stress the 1,000 amounts and then also in my head break it down in the 500s, passes pretty well. We are going to 54, 57 gold. You know, give or take. Well, we're not going for less than that, but maybe a little more, depending on our takes. Our takes of 6 to 13. That would be a great picture to have, just a knight continuously looting. I would insert a bear party here. Bear party is Sparkover's official command. Alright, we are within 1,000 gold. I don't believe this glitch is available on any of the other versions. Because I know starting in Dragon Warrior 2 on the Nintendo, and also in the Super Famicom version of this, when you... oh, pardon me. When you open a chest, it actually stays there in place on the map. So there is no option to reopen it. Silver Moon 9000, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Oops, I'm trying to talk here. Trying to talk when I should be taking. But thank you very much, Silver Moon. But what was I going to say? In the Super Famicom remake, there is a different but similar-ish type of glitch where, if you remember that death necklace I talked about before, that can be sold for 1,200, in the Dragon Loop speedrun of that game, you actually want to force the game to give you a death necklace. You can do that by, there is a chest that has either a 1 in 16 chance of giving you the death necklace, and otherwise it'll give you a torch. If your inventory is full, you can just keep taking an item from the chest and reading what the item is, and then just discarding it. So you can essentially discard many, many torches until you come across a necklace. So that's an interesting way it does that one. But as far as the glitch exactly like this goes, I believe it's only this game. And yes, level 19 is the marathon save. The marathon save. 5,000 hype. Sorry, we had to interrupt for our excitement. Level 19 is the safe Dragon Lord fight for marathon safety. Or even for speedrun safety if maybe you're doing your first speedrun. Level 18 is sort of what you want to do if you're, you know, trying to go for a lower time, but I believe you have a 20% or less chance at beating the Dragon Lord at level 18, so that's not marathon safe. And where is my voice going? Excuse me. Yeah, the guard is staring at the wall because he just doesn't want to hear me, mumbling to myself. So we're almost there, folks. And after that, we'll be able to do a safety save. We're nearing up on the last. We're within 100 and a bit now. We're on like our last 10-ish takes. So folks, these are your last few moments of the gold grind here. I hope you enjoyed it. That was the real part of the speedrun. The rest of it is really just fluff, right? You know, just for plot advancement. So what did I say? 54, 57? I believe that's what I said. I'm just going to get I'll just go up to 5,500 just in case my Sparko morning memory is being a little bit wavery on me, but I'm pretty sure we're good now. Because I know 5,300 is what I needed for the equipment. And look at that, I'm autopiloting up there because see that little nook where that civilian is, or whoever that is? That's where our backup randomizer staircase lives. It doesn't exist in this. So finally, I can drink some coffee. Beautiful. That was a very good sip. So now we embark on our adventure. And we see a slime. Oops. So you know what happened there? Again, I tried to wrap around by hitting up to get my menu down to run because menu wrap is a thing in randomizer and not here. And muscle memory just fails me. So it's really unimportant for me to fight anything right now just because we'll be getting some very strong equipment like after all the shopping is done. So all these slimes, they're essentially just a waste of time, even if I can kill them in one hit. Morning, Silverfire. Herbs cost, I want to say 24? There's 24. And we get a little bit of money left from, we get, I believe, 30 back from our club and 10 back from our clothing when we sell it back after buying things. And those are all our herbs. And I guess I should buy one torch? Let's buy one torch. Alright. Yes, time to spend this money. Well, no, it's not that they were a waste of slimes, we just want to keep them alive because they're cute and happy and deserve to live. So yep, here we are buying our large shield. And we'll be off on our merry way. Oop. I want to think as far as Nest Cardinality de-rusting for 1 to 4, he's probably pretty set in knowing how to menu for the manipulations. Because that's a very specific thing, but who knows? That could be a good question for him. So that was the town of Gardenham over there. You may have noticed behind the inn... Why won't you let me run, Ghost? You may have noticed behind the inn there was a door. It goes into the back of Gardenham, and there's a cave in the back of it. At the bottom of it, we'll find the silver harp. We will not be traveling there just yet, as the creatures inside are a little scary for us. But we will be headed back there eventually. For now, we're making our exact one stop to the town of Cole, where we will be picking up... I believe you buy the full plate here, and as well, you pick up a fairy flute, which we will need for a later, much later battle in the game. Oop, overshoot. So this is the lovely town of Cole. Here we'll buy a full plate. There it is. And yeah, look at that, 1577 money left over. 1,500 for the broadsword, 1,500 for the inn. Anyway, you search this spot and pick up the fairy flute. There is an NPC in the game that will tell you... They'll give you some sort of hint about that. Fairy flute can be used on exactly one enemy, the golem, and we will be needing that to get into a later on town. So our defense is quite good now, but unfortunately the swamp will still harm us. So I may as well heal a second time there. I believe my max HP is either 31 or 33. Oh, did I say that? It's 1,500 for the broadsword. And 55 for staying at the inn. So this walk is a lot safer from last time because we have the exact same stats, person-wise, but we have now equipped a full plate and a large shield, so things are still scary, but not quite as scary as before. Technically, I could start fighting things, but because I want to be super safe, we are just going to run from everything, come in here, buy the sword, have a nap, and then the grind starts. So we will buy, where is our broadsword? There it is. And one little stay at the inn. Our first of many. I really hope that this place has a frequent stay, like a frequent customer card, because dear me, I need that. So, remember earlier in the game how I talked about the highest encounter rate was the desert tiles? Here we are. So we're going to be walking back and forth on this land bridge for a little while now. So I'm trying to remember my exact strategy for fighting. I want to believe skeletons are good to fight without hurt, despite the fact that I was doing that. I'll be wanting to use hurt on the wolves and the metal scorpions for a little bit here. So I used a little bit of unnecessary MP here, but I'm just putting my feelers out. Good morning, Game Boy. Yes, it's time to grind for hours upon hours. And get an excellent move, because why not? So I'm at a funny moment right now where I can't actually cast any more spells after that heal, so I'm just gonna bloop back into town and use my frequent stay card. Anyway, it's going pretty well so far today. We made a lot of money, and now we used our money for shopping. And we're gonna, you know, walk back and forth on the land bridge for a little bit. Beautiful! Another nice kaishin. Kaishin no ichigeki is what it says in the Japanese version. Or excellent move, as you might say. Right here. Oh, back attack from a wolf. That's kind of bad. So I hope I can out-heal this friend here, despite the fact that he's not a friend. I'll be able to do... I should still be safe here, but I think I'm going to have to just heal after this battle. There we go. So we do gain our next level, a very nice time to have to go back to the inn, because that way our MP can be healed up to its full potential. Hopefully no battles on the way in, and not. Alright, and back out we go. So at level 5, I believe, if my memory serves me right, the only thing I should be using my hurt spell on now is the metal scorpions. So here's a warlock. We're not going to deal with the warlocks until maybe level 10. So let's just see how this sword works on the wolf. Yeah, Game Boy, I have made a few mistakes so far. randomizer-wise. I mean, the very first menu I did, I tried to go up from, you know, wrapping around. Dodging. You're kind of rude. So yeah, the first couple levels are still a little bit hairy. But once you get to maybe level 7, it gets a lot smoother. Oh yeah, the armor definitely does its job here. It's doing beautiful work. Maybe I'll heal up there. I'm kind of in the mid-20s. That should be okay. And yeah, again, we definitely shouldn't be here for a few more levels. So it's just a lot of, like, you know, maybe do a couple fights, then go back and stay at the inn. Level 4 is, of course, by far the most dangerous one. So here I'll just go back to the inn. Yeah, I'm gonna play it safe. Yep, I'm gonna play it safe. Excuse me. Thank you. My point that I was trying to make was if I cast the heal spell, I would have been pretty much out of MP anyway. So at that point, for safety, I'd much just rather get into the inn, heal up everything, and go back outside for a nice few laps.
Hello everyone, this is Silverfire, they them. I'll be hosting alongside Sparkover for a little while.
Good morning.
While we have this nice chill morning grind, I'd like to talk a little bit about the charity that we're raising money for. Take This is a mental health charity whose main mission is to inform the gaming community about mental health issues, to provide information on disorders and coping techniques, and to reduce the overall stigma around mental illness. They reach out to gaming companies to help them promote healthier and more productive work environments and ensure that there are methods in place for helping employees who suffer from mental illness. And their motto is HERE, which stands for Hope is Healing, Each Person is Unique, Respect Your Journey, and Every Accomplishment is a Victory.
Yeah, so unfortunately, due to my, earlier start, I wasn't able to do a sound test with Silverfire, so thank you for the feedback. We fixed it. Everything is great. And as I know Silverfire is very familiar with this run, there are a lot of good opportunities to jump in if you ever would like to say anything, so feel free. We've got a lot of grinding going on. Oh, very nice. That actually exactly got me my level. So again, a good time to go back into the inn. We're definitely going to use our heal there anyway, just on the small chance that something comes up and says hello in a very impolite way. So my coffee's getting a wee bit cold, but that's okay. This is the time when I can truly start to drink it. So now that we're level 5, I believe it should be safe for me to just physically attack everything, and, or now that I'm level 6, rather, sorry. I should be able to physically attack everything, I believe, and just use the heal spell for healer. Use my MP for healing. Did you know? Fun fact, words are hard. So this will help speed up the process a little bit, at least as far as the process can be sped up. There is truly nothing speedy about this, but, you know, we'll go as fast as we can. And so as my levels go up, you'll notice that the hits I'm taking might go down slightly. Your agility sort of helps out with your defense power. Of course, the equipment you have definitely does a lot more for it, but helps somewhat. So warlocks are still way too scary. They've got spells, and that's bad. I think usually if I'm being brave in the speedrun, I will fight them around level 9, but I might just skip that until level 10, for this run. I want to believe in myself here. There we go. It's going to be rare anything hits me for too much, so if I should be on the last attack of an enemy and it would take them 2 hits to kill me, I'm going to feel pretty safe, because I can always throw out a safety heal if I really need to. Pretty much the idea here is we are going to be grinding on this land bridge until level 10. And at level 10, we will move on to some different land in the south. It's not very far away. After that, we'll be fighting the Axe Knight at level 12. It's a little bit dangerous, but nothing way too scary. And after the Axe Knight, there will be some advancing the plot. After the Axe Knight, we get the strongest armor in the game, so that definitely is a fun turning point. Probably one more fight, then back to town. Yes, Brilliant Insanity, there is plot in this game. You know what that miss was due to? I was drinking my coffee and obviously wasn't focusing. Obviously wasn't focusing on the fight at hand. How rude of me. Average level for finishing casually. I want to say maybe 20 or 21. Your stats are pretty much set in stone, but waver a little bit based on your name. This isn't anything that they tell you, of course, when you're starting the game, but your name can essentially boost 2 of your stats out of the HP, MP, agility, or attack power. So I want to say, as far as this goes, in the speed run, level 19 is considered the safe level, whereas 18 is possible but a high risk. So probably casually, depending on, you know, how much you have, like, progressed through the game, I want to say 20 or 21 is probably pretty realistic, just because you're not really going to know optimal Dragon Lord fight strategy, you know, at least if you're playing through blind. I want to believe I did it at 20 on my first blind playthrough, but, you know, results will vary.
The guide that came with the game, I believe, recommended doing it at 20, so that would make sense.
Oh, fun fact. That would do it.
I never found the Erdrick sword, so I did it at, I think, what, 21 or 22?
Oh no! I assume you probably would have used the flame sword for that then?
Yep.
Makes sense. Yeah, the flame sword is the second strongest sword in the game. We never do get it in the speedrun though, just because getting the money for it would be, well, not by the time you have the extra money for it, it would be, you'd already have Erdrick's sword, so you would not need the flame sword. Yeah, like Brilliant Insanity mentioned, like, if you never run from fights, like, depending on your playstyle, if you really like grinding everything, that would also give you a higher level once you get there. I definitely cannot remember what level I first fought the Axe Knight at. My first playthrough is not very well documented. I mean, to be fair, this was only a few years ago, not like in childhood like some people's first plays were, but it wasn't... It was still a few years ago, so this is really bad. I might be one hit away, but I'm just gonna try running. You know, I should have used that herb in the battle, honestly. I didn't think about it, but we're playing it safe here. So let's just run back to town and cry. I'll cry into my bed. But did the inns have beds? I mean, really, look at that. They're empty rooms.
You just get a room.
Yeah. Sleep on the floor. Builds character. Oh, nice.
If you pay extra, then you can have a room with a door.
Yeah,
that old
which
man has.
Strangers might break into. Fun fact, we'll be breaking into that old man's room to get to that treasure chest later. Warlocks are still scary. Ooh, and they're putting me to sleep. Please stop. The good news is, now that we have some very good defense power, you know, they don't hit for very much. It's really just the hurt spell at that point we're worried about. I would definitely recommend playing through this game. If you're able to get... It depends. I mean, the Super Famicom version is so good, but it either depends on if you're able to get an English patch of it, or if you are okay with Japanese. Because that's like a really nice version of this game. It's not quite as grindy, but I mean, if you want the full experience, this is great too. Oh, I like that. The beds are just part of the walls and you have to pull them down. I won't lie to it. That's been on the back of my mind this entire time. I'm trying not to think about it and hoping for the best. There's level 7. Hooray. A little more attack power. A little more everything. And a new spell, which I believe will be sleep? Yes. And more punching things. Except we're not punching. We've got a sword. Good morning. Bong, thank you for the good luck. Yep, we moved from Slime Slayer to Wolf Slayer, with a few skeletons in there for good measure. I probably should heal when I'm at less than 20 HP. Oh, most likely. Remakes of 4 and 8. Alright. I have played through 1 to 4 on the Nintendo. I do really mean to play through more of them in the future. Pretty much I wanted to get through Marathon season here. And then maybe focus on some more casual playthroughs in the near future. Because I hear 5 is so good.
5 is certainly my favorite in the whole series.
I remember you telling me that. So I do look forward to it. And I actually purchased 7 on vacation earlier this year when I found it somewhere for a decent price, and I purchased 8 recently as well, so... It's just 6. Not sure what to do for 6, but I'll figure that out when I get there. I do plan on playing through them all eventually, but... I don't know, I figure numerical order seems to be the cool thing to do. I'm not sure how much it matters, but... I don't know, numerical order. I actually have both the PS2 version and the 3DS version of the 8. But I would have to stream the PS2 version because I have no way of streaming the 3DS. I've also got a few of the side games as well. I've got the Monsters games, I think all of them, and Rocket Slime. And I've just kind of not touched many of them because I'm like, I want to stream this one day. But DS capture always is a hurdle. Oh yeah, Dragon Warrior 4 for the Nintendo is pretty pricey cartridge. Thankfully, I have somebody who owns them all and I'm able to borrow them. Oh, Bong, totally a super secret person. Super secret. Or is it a bear? So I have no heals left, but I'm up to 40 HP, so I probably feel safe doing 2 more battles if I'm in hardcore speedrun territory, and probably 1 more in marathon safety territory. Alright. Totally expected a level there at 600 experience, but again, it's not randomizer. back we go again. Still not fighting the warlocks, though. Oh, nice. Another excellent move. I would still like to pick up Dragon Quest IV for the DS, but it's kind of one of those that it's mostly for the collection, so I'm really only going to buy it if I find it for, you know, a lower price, and it's generally not a lower price. I'm sure I'll get it one of these days, though. Now, Wolf, will you please? There you go. That's how to take care of a wolf. You use your manners, and then the excellent move comes out. And now the only thing on the bridge is one warlock who keeps following me around. Can you please stop? Wow, again. This is some bad number generating here. There we go, something else. And with that, my coffee is finished.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. One day we'll get water. And then we'll hydrate. So I should be finishing off this scorpion on this move, so that should be pretty safe. Two heals just for good measure. Even though 27 is a pretty safe health to be on, it's okay. Game Boy, I'm not sure if I've figured out a proper coffee to streaming ratio. Unless you're just talking water. I could use a stay caffeinated bot.
It is, in fact, 800 XP for the next level up.
Beautiful. I definitely have forgotten all of the levels. The non-randomizer levels.
Well, you thought it would be 600 because that's when it's reduced by 25%.
True. Using the power of math. Though that actually is the reason when if I ever run this game again, my splits do have the levels. I have a split for every level, and it does have the experience requirement in each split, just so I can remember. So based on this, I'm probably going to need one more in-stay for this level. I suppose brilliant insanity, it's not actually remembering. But we all know, I can't remember.
It's a little bit strange seeing the pre-remake experience gains from some of these enemies where it's like, oh my gosh, that's barely any XP.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another feature of the randomizer. The experience levels, not only are yours played at 75% for the required levels, but the enemies normally give more experience than what they do here.
Yeah, for example, wolves give 40 XP, which is what they give in all of the Dragon Quest 1 remakes. And here we're getting 16.
So it's just a little bit slower. So yeah, if I were speedrunning, I would probably try and push for the next level. Not that to say I'm not speedrunning, but if it weren't marathon safety.
But it's 2 more fights, I think.
Yeah. Pretty much I'm at the point where for my speedrun I need to optimize a lot. But I don't know if I'll ever truly have time to give another good run of this game again. It was last year, around this time, I got my more recent PB. I really wanted to get a deathless run in, but ever since then, just my life's kind of changed, and it's now really difficult to focus a 6-hour speed run into my day. I will not be using the death necklace. In fact, I have no death necklace. Sorry, Bone. So, ta-da!
There's no guarantee at getting the death necklace in the vanilla game.
I suppose I could just keep going in and out of the mountain cave until I got it, but somehow I don't think it's worth it.
Particularly given that it doesn't do anything.
Oh, it does something. Just it's not
sells.
a good thing.
And it keeps you from entering the castle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for the vanilla game you need RNG. And I mean, to be fair, if you do find it, you do use it in the way that you sell it. So I think the next time I have to go into town, I'm going to use a little bit of marathon safety, which is buy some keys and then get the wings and then go back and save, just in case anything happens with my cartridge. If it does happen at a very unfortunate time, I might need to just cry about it and think about life, but ideally, it doesn't happen. Hi, Warlock. Would you like to let me wake up, please? Oh, I have concerns. Alright, we're safe. So that is why we're not fighting warlocks right now, because you can get caught in the sleep spell, and it's pretty awful. And yeah, metal slime hunting is definitely not viable in this version. They don't give nearly as much experience, and the area that they're in, it's not really a place you want to go to. Good morning, Natada. Command? Alright, so probably one more fight, and then safety time. I probably could squeak one more fight out of this, but we're just gonna play it safe. So this is not something that you normally do in the speedrun, but again, for good old marathon safety, we're just gonna take a little bit of extra time, go back to the king and save. But first, we need keys. So right now, we are gaining a lot of money. We're going to need 14,800 gold for the silver shield. Because of that, you know what, I should probably stay at the inn on the way out since we're going to use the wings right away. Anyway, because we're saving up to buy the silver shield, but because we're using extra money on all these... You can't menu wrap, remember Sparkover. Anyway, because we're going to be spending extra money, we're going to be visiting the Gold Man a few times and probably killing them, whereas in the speedrun I would just avoid them for the most part. But those Goldmen will help compensate for the money that we've spent on keys. Not going to be doing that until later, though. So once we get to level 13, that'll just be a little bit easier because then we can just cast the return spell, but we have to take a little bit of extra time out of our day right now just to go get those wings. And yeah, in the Super Famicom version, there is a speedrun route called the Dragon Loop, where essentially you go into the swamp cave that we will be going through now, and inside it you can rescue the princess, but first you have to fight a dragon. In that version of the game, you can fight the dragon, rescue the princess, and then if you die, which you do by walking in the swamp, if you die with the princess in your arms, the dragon will respawn, and it's worth a lot of money. So... money? It's worth a lot of experience, rather, sorry. So... you do that 7 times and get a lot of experience from that. And yeah, the silver shield is pretty much necessary for this run. You need that defense power against the Dragon Lord. So, staying alive is very important. If you happen to die during this part of the grind and you haven't saved, your run isn't necessarily over, but you do need to compensate by getting a later shield. And that just kind of slows you down overall. Another thing, in the Super Famicom version, the princess actually gets a nice bed in her cell. And that's an alarm clock. Not sure why there was a 7:30 alarm, but, you know, that's fine. So we're back here. Back to this area. It's now not nearly as scary. In fact, I'm going to walk through this desert that I normally used to avoid. And of course we get a bad luck warlock. Please stop that warlock. I mean, the good news is we just saved, but we really... This isn't nice. This is in fact rude. There we go. There's something we actually want to fight. Very nice. That would have been very nice if the alarm woke me up. It's like, I need the Poke Flute for myself. Can I put the Poke Flute in this game along with the Fairy Flute, please? Well, hopefully you won't pass out in your chair, Brilliant Insanity, but oops, that was just a mismenu. So back to the land bridge. Good morning, bottom tier. The entire internet greets you. Disclaimer, I do not actually speak for the entire internet. Or do I? No, I don't think I do. So now if we can just, you know, encounter things that aren't warlocks, that would be very nice. got one more heal after this. And hopefully we will wake up. There we go. I've encountered my alarm clock. Hit snooze. Last heal, probably one more fight, and then back to the inn.
For reference, the next level is at 1300 XP.
And 2 more levels until we get a change of scenery. Hello? Have I defeated all the enemies on this bridge? There we go. Ooh, it's an hour and a half into the run, give or take. It's time for a standing break. Standing is great. Everybody remember to stretch your legs during a long speed run. I apologize for the little floor mat that my chair sits on is a little noisy, but, you know, stretching. And we're just gonna open the blinds. Yes. The sun's not quite out yet, but a little bit of outside light is nice. So as these levels go, it's going to be a lot more time spent, you know, walking and fighting, and a little less time spent going back to the inn. When we get to the level 10 and we go down to the different zone, it's a little bit further to walk, but we'll also have more health and MP to make up for that. Still don't want the warlocks, though. I guess I should heal actually with 22 HP left. What's with all these dodges right now? This is the most nimble skeleton I've found today. Oh no! cast Sleep more from my alarm clock. The truth is, sometimes when I have to do the very early morning runs, I worry that I'll sleep in through them, but it's so easy to wake up to do a speed run in comparison to, say, waking up to go to work. Shorter commute time, and a lot more fun, too. I'm fighting Warlock by accident, aren't I? Important not to zone out and just mash A on everything you find. It's always scary when the Warlock will preemptively spell you, but when it's hurt, you don't have to worry quite as much, but still a wee bit. So, probably again one more fight, and then going back to heal. And back to town. Excuse me, madam. I must go to the inn and have a nap. I'm not familiar with those attack names. I assume those are used in the later versions of the games. All these back attacks are kind of rude. I don't know, the only names that I'm familiar with are Hurt and Hurtmore, the beautiful names. Morning, Yagama, thank you so much for the good luck. Yeah, again, I'm only familiar with, the Nintendo versions. I haven't played through the other ones yet. I will. Eventually. Or, as we like to say, soon, TM. No, Warlock. No, thank you. Elemental spells. Let's think. I know there's, like, Blaze. There was, like, I think, like, a Snowstorm. Ice. I don't know. I'm trying to remember, and I really don't remember most of them. The truth is, I've only played through Dragon Warrior 2, 3, and 4 once, so a lot of the things about that game sort of escape me. Well, we're in Warlock Town again. The only ones that want to exist. Well, I think, didn't the names switch over? Like, I think on the PS1, 7 was Dragon Warrior, and then I think on the PS2, 8 was Dragon Quest. So, If that's when things started to change around, that could make sense. Warlock. Please. Warlock. Please. And we're healing already. Yeah, there was, I'm not sure what type of game it was, but I think it was either a game or a book series, something like that. That was, called Dragon Quest. So they had to call it Dragon Warrior for the beginning of the North American releases. Okay. Late 80s, that makes sense. Ah, tabletop, okay. Alright, so this is probably our last battle before going to the inn. I could do one more. I did a little turnaround there, but no one came to fight me, so let's just go be safe. A few more fights and we'll hit the next level. Probably 2 more fights. And then we get to level 9, where I start to maybe consider fighting warlocks. Maybe, if I'm at like full HP. So it'll be rare. But not yet. Not yet. Oh, nice. Well, thank you very much, the bottom tier. Anyone sharing the word of the marathon, we, of course, greatly appreciate. And hey, it's level 9. So look at that, a nice power boost. And we learn the spell of Radiant. I believe I will use that probably later. So remember when I talked about maybe fighting warlocks? I'm still kind of afraid of them. So one more level, and then we will be changing the scenery. So I think it will be a 2,000 experience, if that sounds right. And that 8 power we just got is going to help us a fair amount too. Warlock. Warlock, let us leave, thank you. In the end, Moobot has the final say, apparently. I'm being brave. Let's see if I regret this. Stop it, Warlock. Oh, I don't like this. There we go. See, that's the thing. Warlocks, they're not that defensive. It's just the... again, the sleep lock, which is really your concern. I guess maybe it could be possible to cast Sleep on the Warlock. I don't remember their spell resistance. But there's got to be a reason it wasn't quite done in the speedrun, really. So again, we're probably at the one more battle, and I'm going to save it for not a warlock. Though considering I got the Metal Scorpion and it didn't damage me too much, I will squeak one more fight out of here. Most of the enemies now don't do that much damage to me, but I still want to stay kind of safe. So again, stay at the inn. Double check what my max HP is too, just for a good measure. 50, alright. And yeah, we're within 500 experience to the next level. So we have got a $20 donation from the bottom tier. Just make sure I'm safe in this battle. Says, just doing what I can. I've benefited from Take This's work at events, so I wanted to give something back. Thank you very much, the bottom tier. Donation hype indeed. My apologies if I am a little bit late on reading any of donations that will pop up.
Likewise, I'm kind of doing parent percent here.
We will use the power of teamwork.
Just to iterate some of the programs that Take This does that can benefit people with mental illness. They've commissioned white papers from clinicians on effective treatments for mental illness. Their most recent one, Crunch Hurts, addresses the impact of harmful overwork in the tech and video game industries. They also travel to conventions such as PAX, MagFest, and TwitchCon. They reach out to the gaming community at these conventions about mental health issues via informative panels. They also set up AFK rooms at these conventions, which are professionally staffed safe spaces for anyone who needs a quiet place to regain their calm.
Good morning, Prasaga, and welcome. Would you like to watch some grinding? Because we have a land bridge. And it's got some enemies on it. Though actually we will have a change of scenery very soon.
At 2000 XP when she gets her next level up.
Mm-hmm. So there. I fought another warlock just for me being a big, strong, brave bear. They generally will go down in 2 hits. It's just the part where, again, the sleep spell is really the scary part. True enough, in an RPG marathon, you're going to expect a lot of level getting. This one, you know, maybe a little grindier than some of the other games, but it's a classic. Yep, just strolling along the sandbar, back and forth. You know, it might be a little uncomfortable. Like, imagine walking around in, like, probably some sort of heavy boots or something through the sand. I hope it doesn't get in his boots. But it builds character, right? If anything might seem uncomfortable in this run, it builds character. Sleeping on the floor, sand in your boots. Just the workings of a hero. Yep, build up the calves. You have to do a lot of walking. Alright, if the warlock will preemptively get me down under 30, I am not going to be fighting it. But whenever I get 2 actions in a warlock fight, I'm just like, why didn't I fight it? But that's okay. Ah yes, the fast forward button. Not exactly something you can use on the Nintendo, but I mean, if you're just playing on emulator, oh, my MP is out. Alright, let's head back. I'm probably safe here. But yeah, if you're just playing casual on emulator, I know people who have decided, hey, let's speed this process up. So yeah, if you remember, back when we first came out here and the wolves were doing like scary, like, you know, 20-ish hits of damage to us, we're in a pretty good spot now. So I'm just gonna go back up here and purchase the 2 keys that I had to rebuy. Probably shouldn't have done this right now. I probably should have done it when I needed more than 2 keys. Oh, I do need more than 2 keys. 3, that makes sense. But, well, forgive me. I never want to run out. So when I get to level 10, we'll do another safety save. Just for good measure. Oh, actual 3 attack warlock. Alright, well, as long as I'm forgiven this time, I'm covered for now.
So one thing we do have, which is a Dragon Quest specific prize, is a handmade slime pillowcase made by Scala Kitty. Any donation of $20 during the Dragon Quest run will enter you for this prize, and I'll link the image in the chat. It's not quite a plushie, but it is just as soft as a plushie.
I bet it's still super cozy and optimized size for, you know, putting your head on to rest. Just in case a warlock casts sleep on you. So we're 99 experience away from the next level, so not too many more fights. We'll definitely get there within this in-trip stay.
Also, on the bottom tier, did you want your donation to go to any of our incentives? Coming up, we have the pick up the princess and carry her to beat the game, which is at only $49 or $47 right now. So it's a bit of a ways off. There's also choosing the dress in The Girl and the Robot later today. The girl can wear either a blue or a white dress. You can also choose an ancient or shiny look for the robot. And then in Super Smash Brothers Brawl, you can choose the fighter tag. You can choose a name for that. There are currently no donations on any names, so you could have the name of your choice. But thou must. I see. I will take that as the choice.
So later on in the game, you need to find Erdrick's token to be able to create the rainbow drop, which will take you over to the final castle of the game. Essentially, there's a setup for that. You talk to an NPC in a town called Cantlin, who will give you coordinates to search. And when you rescue the princess, she will give you an item which will tell you your coordinates on the map in relation to the castle. So when you're blind playing the game, that information is necessary, but because we're speedrunning, we already know where the token is and we don't need to rescue her. So traditionally, in a speedrun of this, you just leave her in the cave, captured by the dragon. Oh hey, level 10. So yeah, it's not necessary to save her. So we figure it's a nice donation incentive to actually rescue the princess. So because we just got our level, we're going to go safety save as I promised. So again, stay at the inn, we'll pick up these wings yet again. And just go talk to the king. And again, I'm trying to menu wrap, which doesn't exist in this version of the game. The non-randomized version. Oops. And also, I didn't... Again, muscle memory. When you cast return, you'll appear below the castle. I did not appear below the castle there. So, hello there, King. I'm working on this, I promise. So off on our walk again. Again, traditionally in the speedrun you wouldn't do this, you would just stay out there the whole time. But for marathon safety, we're being good. So most of these small enemies aren't worth our time. I think I would start to consider fighting maybe a magician or a scorpion, but drakies and slimes, they really don't hold my interest right now. And I don't hold theirs either, they're running from me, because I've gotten stronger. We can just start fighting this right away. We will be going to a different zone than before, as promised, a change of scenery. But, I mean, these fights are still worth fighting on our way there. I believe it's an 8-character limit, I want to say. But yeah, the 4 characters is what affects the stat changes. My problem was I always wanted to name my hero Cornelius, but it never fit. So it was like Cornelis, Cornelius, things like that. Then in the later games, I realized I could use a feminine twist on it, call the hero Cornelia, and it fit perfectly. So ever since then, the hero is Cornelia whenever I will play casually. So now you see we're heading back down past the town. There is a new zone of enemies. Just down here. My favorite one to grind on is this zone right here. For some reason, I just liked the longer string of hills. So here we have a wraith. You'll notice it looks very close to a skeleton. I wonder why that is. Ah, sharing sprites. So we're grinding another 2 levels here. Again, just walking back to the town whenever we need to heal up. And we'll get to know the new enemies down here. Mostly seeing a wraith, though. Oh, pardon me. And here's that gold man. So, remember when I said we were going to attack some of these when we normally don't in the speedrun? Goldmen don't give a lot of experience, but they give a lot of gold. Though I'm thinking I might run from them now. I'm still a little bit weak. But here you go. 6 experience and 170 gold. That's going to help make up for those extra keys that I'm buying for safety. And yeah, it's definitely good to hit things harder. So here's a Wolf Lord, and they have a new trick. Will they show off their trick? Not right now. Dodging is not the trick I was talking about. You'll notice the Wolf Lord has a very stylish matching belt and shoes. It's very important to be stylish. You get points for style. The wolves look a lot like mice? Sort of. Anyway, here's our trick. Wolf Lord has Stop Spell. Now, you can maybe take from that. It stops our spell. It doesn't always work, though. So essentially, when a Wolf Lord casts Stop Spell, we won't be able to use Stop Spell, or we won't be able to use our spells in battle. But if the Stop Spell that it casts fails, then it's just a free turn for us, and that's pretty dandy. I can even heal again. So that's my last heal. I think just as far as marathon safety goes, I'm just going to start walking up towards the top. And of course I had no encounters whatsoever on the way. Usually I get an encounter or 2 on the way back to town, but for some reason they're being kind of finicky today and saying, no, we're not going to get along with you. So I guess I'll just fight.
We do have a question in chat. Do you remember what Ness Cardinality's characters were besides Nope and Nope?
I do not actually. I wasn't present for most of Ness Cardinality's runs because I hadn't played that game yet, so I was avoiding it for spoilers. So unfortunately, I don't have the answer. Yeah, I have this thing where I never had a Nintendo when I was younger, so I haven't played a lot of the bigger games. So that involves a lot of avoiding certain games just because when I do blind play things, I like to be 100% spoiler free, which kind of leads to a lot of, you know, kind of bashing my head into the wall as time goes sometimes. But it's definitely worth it when I'm able to actually play through a game and have no idea what I'm doing and, you know, go through the work. So that Wraith was being a little bit of a bugger with its heal spell, but I think if it didn't heal there, we're probably going to kill it here. There we go. Sorry. We didn't kill it. We defeated it. This is Nintendo. Only defeat the enemies. Did Friday the 13th break their defeat rule? Alright, so probably heal twice here. I think 35 is still a safe healing number. My health has grown a lot, and that's nice. We're a lot more efficient here. Oh, what a terrible ending to a game over screen. That's just impolite. I had the free attack from the stop spell, and then I missed. Shouldn't be a problem, though. As long as I stay on top of my health, there really wouldn't be a problem to lacking MP in the battle. Oop, don't need to heal again there, though. Or can I? Maybe I can. But I'm still safe enough here. So again, I'm a little forgetful of the exact numbers, but I want to say my levels are around 2,700-ish and then 4,000. That's my guess. That sounds right. I'm trying to do the math here, but there's a reason I use a calculator during Dragon Lord fights in Randomizer. Talking and math at the same time. Not my strong point. I was just about to say I'm surprised I haven't seen more Goldmen. I think I'm not going to bother fighting those until I am over close to Hawksness. I'll be stronger by then. Because they are inefficient, but I probably will need to fight a few of them, but I would much rather do that when I can kill them just a little faster. Plus, they do hit decently hard, and I'll have nicer armor after that point. So we're down to one last heal spell, and then we'll go up. I do have some herbs as well on me, which I didn't use as many of as I could have earlier in here. And I can use them freely since we'll be refilling them after the Axe Knight, so if I can start scooting out to the next level before an in-trip, I would definitely take advantage of that. So if I'm correct, I should be getting the level here? Nope, I'm wrong, but that's okay.
The level's at 2,900 XP.
29, I thought it was 27. Well, thank you.
I pulled up the chart.
Beautiful. Oh, right, my MP is too low. Well, yeah, I think this will be worth it to head back now. If I was within 100, I would probably use an herb, but otherwise, it's okay. So I think I'll use an herb for the walk, because this wolf fight is getting a little bit dangerous. A little too dangerous for my liking. I know I'm safe, but I don't want to walk home in the red zone. And we get what we fear, the sleep spell, but we wake up right away, and the Warlock only doing 1 and 2 damage. We are fine. And back to town. So I think it is time to go in here. Again, trying to wrap around the menu, which doesn't exist, but muscle memory is defeating me. And I also want to refill on keys. I think normally when I leave this place I have 4, but because I only have 2 now, I'll just fill up to maximum. I can refill at other stages in the game as well, but just because we're going a little bit off what is normal for the speed run, I don't want to autopilot myself somewhere and end up running out of keys. I went a little farther, but that's okay, because it's all the same zone. Again, ignoring Goldman for now, but later. I've never heard of that game, but that sounds pretty interesting. Like something working with both the Power Glove and Power Pad, that would be pretty cool. And a little bit expensive for the setup factor, but it might be worth it. I wonder how much a functional Power Glove would go for. I know Power Pads aren't that bad. Oh, that's neat that you produced those. Oh hey, it's level 11. Let's become more efficient. A little more power, a little more hit points, and a couple more heals in there, so that's nice. Yeah, that's the thing. There's not too many people that are going to have, you know, the necessary components to actually play that. That does sound really neat, though. Oh, look at that. We are at the 2.5 hour mark just about.
Well, at the 2.5 hour mark, let's take a little moment to talk about the charity. Take This provides education on mental illness so that friends, family members, and coworkers can be better allies to those who are suffering, and they help people in the gaming community suffering from mental illness by letting them know that they are not alone in their struggles, and there are treatment options out there to help. Their website is takethis.org, and it has freely available stories of hope from people who are managing their mental health, as well as articles on mental health issues in gaming culture. If you'd like to continue supporting Take This after the marathon, they have a Patreon account at patreon.com/takethis.org. patreon.com/takethisorg, which you can pledge to on a monthly basis. Also, if you shop on Amazon, then you can support Take This via the Amazon Smile program, where the Amazon Smile Foundation donates a portion of your purchase to Take This. And they partner with the habit tracking app Habitica to help promote the formation of healthy, positive mental health habits for everyone. You can learn more about Habitica at habitica.com.
So we've just crossed the 3,000 experience mark. We'll need another, I believe it's 1,000 experience until the next level, and then we can advance the plot.
That's correct. 4,000 XP is level 12.
So a lot of people will fight the Axe Knight at level 12 in their speedrun. It's not entirely unsafe, just based on the fact that we save right before it. If it were a bit of a longer walk to town, I might consider grinding to 13 first, but it's a safe enough thing that we should be okay. Now let's just hope we have some good marathon luck and not the bad one. I do not remember that boxing game that you were talking about, by the way, for the message in the chat from Bong. That may have been an arcade that I had never been to. So we're about almost halfway to the gold that we need for purchasing our silver shield. Essentially, at this point, it's important to never ever die. If you die early on in the grind, in the earlier levels, it's not totally irrecoverable. I mean, to be fair, it's not irrecoverable at this point, but there are some things after the Axe Knight portion where it would definitely be preferable to have the silver shield right away. But also, again, for the marathon safety, I will be doing a more save-happy route just in case we do need to reset. I've got one heal left. I'll probably use it after this battle. Very efficient battle, by the way. Nice, excellent move. We will be heading back to the inn shortly, but because I do have those safety herbs, I'm not really afraid to hang out for at least one more battle down here, possibly two, depending how it goes. Probably just the one, just for good measures. Come on! There we go, around the corner.
So we have an anonymous $20 donation with no message. But thank you for your donation. If that was yours, let us know.
Yeah, thank you very much. If you happen to want to put it towards any of the upcoming incentives, and you don't want to be revealed to the world, you can always probably whisper one of us. Though if it's time sensitive, probably not me, because I'm doing a speed run. And Silverfire, if you can probably tell us some of the upcoming donation incentives?
So incentives that are active, that are coming up. After this, we have The Girl and the Robot, where you can donate for the color of the girl's dress, or the color or the shininess of the robot. There's a blue or a white dress for the girl, and an ancient or a shiny look for the robot. There's also the incentive, which we're way short on right now, $67 out of $500 for Sparkover to carry the princess to meet the Dragon Lord when she goes to beat the game. You can donate to the fighter tag in Smash Brawl, or any of the characters' names, or Maxim's name in Lufia 2 Ancient Cave. And then there's some other naming incentives coming up after that. As well, $20 donations are eligible for a prize of a slime pillow, which is made by Shala Kitty, and it's a very, very pretty little throw pillow case.
And for the record, we've got about 3 to 3.5 hours before the time window would close to decide whether or not I am saving the princess, so...
You have still lots of time to make that carrying the princess to meet the Dragon Lord happen.
And hey, she's conveniently on the way to the final castle. True, the slimes, they're always so happy. Always being all smiley and cute. Yeah, I guess a metal slime pillow might not be as comfortable.
You'd probably also lose it all the time.
We just keep running away. So how are we doing? We're about the slightest bit under 500 experience, and then we get to advance the plot. And this is one of the better levels. I'm just very happy when my MP is properly divisible by 4. I feel efficient. When you go back to the inn and you have 3 MP left, it's like, but I'm so close to being able to heal. Can I just do a half heal? Though to be fair, a half heal would not do too much for you in this game. The heal spell is another thing that was boosted in Dragon Warrior Randomizer. And the MP usage was brought down. It's always just interesting to come back to the original and be like, oh yes, this is different. But it's okay. Have to enjoy the classics. Command. Good morning and welcome, Proto-Magical Girl. Hello, he who is pale. Oops, I'm fighting a Goldman by accident. That's okay. Again, as I mentioned, we do need to compensate for some of that extra money spent, so it is alright. I just wish to do it later on when I was a little stronger, but, you know, if you hit it once, you're pretty much pot committed by that point.
You have defense broken them at this point, at least.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, that was my main concern. When they were hitting me for closer to 8, it really wasn't appealing. But they also are in the zone beside Hawksness, so I figure if I do need to fight Goldman, I usually save it until I'm closer to the point where I know how much extra money I'll need to make. But I definitely know I'll need some this time because of some marathon safety strats. So we're getting there. As you can see, pardon me, the gold definitely raises a lot faster than the experience, so, I mean, as said before, if you happen to die early on, it's not entirely run ending, but still not optimal. I'm probably still going to need one more in-stay before the next level. But I'll keep an eye on my MP and my herbs, and maybe not. I did refill on keys, so technically I don't have to go back there except for healing, but I want to believe the levels do not come as fast as I think they do. Randomizer has spoiled us with its beautiful experience values. Oh, that's a shame. I missed and then the Wraith cast heal. That's inefficiency right there. And again another dodge. You're kind of pesky, aren't you, Mr. Wraith? So 3 more heal spells. And about 250-ish experience to go after this battle. Now, so that was much nicer. Two hits for a Wraith and it was done. It was done. It was dawn? It was not dawn. I have donned the scale of the dragon. That was previous. Remember when we were a wee little run? A few minutes in, donning the scale of the dragon? I remember it like it was 2 hours and 40 minutes ago. You know, I could have run the Super Famicom version, but it's like... you don't get the true experience of grinding. But yeah, this is a pretty slow RPG. But it's got its charm. Hey, Kinghorn. Thank you for the bear. Alright, so 2 more heals, and I'm pretty sure I can even heal right now, because there are heal lines that when I am on my top tier of learning this run, or rather remembering this run, I can remember exactly at what HP level I want to heal at every single time. I'm definitely past that point here, but I think I have 4 herbs left. I don't believe it's enough. I'm so on the fence about whether or not it's enough. Oh, I have 3 to get to the next level, but I think I'm gonna try. Pretty much if I get good fights, it's possible. You can do it, Brilliant Insanity. You've made it, and as far as I know, you haven't dozed off. Yeah, I think we got this. So, for self-preservation, we are definitely avoiding Goldmen for now. Hello? Is anybody here? You're here. Sometimes I just question the moments where no enemies will appear for me. And then after we go back and save, I'm just going to be taking a moment to go grab a bottle of water. Hydration is important, and when doing a 6-hour run, it's very important to take care of yourself during it. Which is why I'm also telling you all about my stretch breaks. It's important you know when I stand. We've totally got this. We are possibly one enemy away if it's not a gold man, which that just was. And there we are. Welcome to level 12, folks. We will be advancing the plot. 8 power, 5 speed, 1 hit point, 7 MP, a new spell. But for now, we're going to use the wings, restock, stay at the inn, and then save. Well, to be honest, I haven't drank any water yet, but I have drank some coffee, and you know, that has water in it, so it's totally the same hydration-wise, right? Not so much. So refill the herbs. Oh, right, I did have 1 herb left over. And now we go save for safety's sake. And honestly, even in the speed run, unless you're like super going for a deathless run, you want to save at this point anyway, because the Axe Knight fight is not safe. It's rude. Excuse me. So I will tell the king all about the deeds I have done. I have saved, and yes, I'm just going to go grab some water. If Silverfire happens to be around, they can definitely say some lovely words about the marathon we're doing. Otherwise, I will be right back.
All right. Well, Take This's mission is to inform the gaming community about mental health issues, provide education on disorders and coping techniques, and to reduce the overall stigma around mental illness. They exist to let people know that it's okay to not be okay. No one is alone in their struggles with mental health, and there's always hope for improvement. They seek to offer perspective and hope to anyone who feels overwhelmed with their mental health issues, so they do not suffer in silence. Some of their work has been to commission white papers from clinicians on effective treatments for mental illness. Their most recent one is Crunch Hurts, which addresses the impact of harmful overwork in the tech and video game industries. They also travel to conventions such as PAX to set up what they call AFK rooms, professionally staffed safe spaces available for anyone who needs a quiet space to regain their calm.
That was a very good stretch. Standing is beautiful.
I had very good timing there. Welcome back.
Thank you. All right. I'm pretty sure I already saved, but we're going to save again, just for good measure. So we talked to the king, and now we're off to fight the Axe Knight. Well, to be fair, when you die, when you're defeated, actually, it might say thou art dead, you don't lose any experience, but you lose your gold, and you lose half of your gold. And you don't want to. We need this money we have for purchasing the silver shield, so whereas technically we could grind it out again, we don't want to go through our second grinding patch without having it with us. I've done that before back when I was speedrunning this game more often. Of course I wouldn't now because that would not be my PB, but you want that money. Do you like that? Do you like that? The scorpion blocked me from running because it was trying to run from me. Whenever that happens, I sort of picture it's like we're both sort of trying to run to the left or something, you know, when you're walking down the street and you try and get out of somebody's way and they try and get out of the same way. I picture that happening with a scorpion. So let's stop and think. For this battle, I want to have all 6 herbs on me. So if I'm healing at this point, I'm using the heal spell. And you want to start off the fight by casting Stop Spell on the Axe Knight. The idea is you want the Axe Knight to cast Sleep, but after their spell is blocked. Oh dear me, if you don't cast that Stop Spell, you're going to have a terrible time. So right now we're just running away from everything. Here is the town of Hawksness. It is deserted. There are some very scary enemies, but there are no humans living here. And the Axe Knight is on that tree spot just to the right of us. So preemptive attack from the Green Dragon is pretty bad. We're going to have one more chance to run here. And we do, so we don't want to use any of our herbs. We need to save those for the fight. So we're healing up to maximum here, or close to maximum at least. I probably should have done one more. The Star Wyvern is very, very difficult to run from. And we did successfully. Fantastic. So we can use all the MP in the world here. We're going to take 2 more steps and then heal up here to 63 HP. Very good. And encounter the Axe Knight. So it attacks first. and it casts sleep. This is terrible. So no matter what, if you don't get the first attack on the Axe Knight, you want to try running. Unfortunately, we didn't even get a chance to try running, so remember when we safety saved? That's why. So we will tempt not the fates at all. And back we go. So yeah, that's fighting the Axe Knight. Very rude. Yes, easy game if you're the Axe Knight. That's just pretty bad luck all around, though. I mean, it's not totally uncommon for the Axe Knight to act first, but I believe he has a 25% chance of casting Sleep, which, again, you are hoping for once the stop spell lands, but before then, it's not nice. Alright, well, Brilliant Insanity, I will try to act first this time.
Does the Axe Knight have a chance to resist the stop spell?
Yes. So not only do you have to cast it, but you have to make sure it actually works. I've made that mistake before. I'm not sure what the resistance is, however, but there is a chance. So that was a much friendlier walk that time. Nothing at all in Hawksness. And here we go. There's an Axe Knight. It attacks first, but it attacks. We still want to try and run, though. So it just teleports you to the tile right before it. But if you don't get that first attack in, you're already down on odds of winning. So take 3 now. This time we get the first action. We cast Stop Spell, and it works. So pretty much, I am safe at 34 HP and not safe at 33, in theory. So it's just a battle of me using herbs versus hopefully the Axe Knight casting Sleep or doing a small attack on me. So far it's not going well, but there is a cast of Sleep, so I get another attack in, thankfully. And another one, beautiful. And another one. This is a really good Axe Knight fight so far. It started off not so nice. Let's see. Got 2 herbs left. At 31, I don't... If I were a little more counting on this, I would probably maybe attack on that, but we just have to hope at this point. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough. So we must go again. So yeah, you're not supposed to fight the Axe Knight at this level. I might actually start counting my damage on this time. Well, let's hope for a nice walk to Hawksness, huh? Yes. Or through Hawksness, rather. I'm not too concerned about the way there. It can get a little scary, but for the most part, it's pretty safe. It's the... Once you get in the town, especially the Star Wyverns, they are not what you want to deal with. Do you see that? The ghost is scared of me. The Demon Knights are... I don't like to fight them until about level... I think 15 is where I feel safe to fight them, but at 14, sometimes I'll fight them. It's because their agility is so high, it's not fun to deal with. Ah, I am the spooky one. October is the spooky time. Alright, so that wasn't too bad a walk. It was acceptable. 63 HP, we go in. The Axe Knight attacks first. We couldn't run. There we run, now we have to heal up a lot. I kind of wish it still felt like summer here. I've got snow outside. Though it's supposed to warm up in the next few days. 57... 63. And now we have the first action, so we cast Stop Spell. The spell will not work, so again we have to try and run. And we run again. And this is going to be our last chance because we're out of MP after this point. So spell and stop spell. The Axe Knight's spell hath been blocked, and at 34 we can attack. So this is going to be a little bit hairy because now we're kind of fighting against the herbs as well. Like, look at that, we're 28, we got a free move and we have to herb up. Because, it was in the danger zone. And I've been forgetting to count, unfortunately, because I've been so caught up with this, but... This isn't looking too good, unfortunately. We're out of herbs. We're not safe on this attack. Unfortunately, the Axe Knight takes us down. Well, friends, this is great. So we try again. Thanks, Yagamath, for the luck. I will apply all of it to this. And Silver Moon, thank you very much for the 100 bits. I will also apply that luck directly to this axe run fight. Did I just call him an axe run? It is an axe run. All you do is run from him.
You're generally okay against the Axe Knight if you can manage to... If he decides to cast Sleep 3 times during the fight. That last one, he only cast it once.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you get a nice Kaishin.
Ah, yes, for anybody that does wish to register for AGDQ, the registration is live. Real talk, I was distracted by that fight because I was registering for AGDQ. So, now that that's over, we're safe now, and I'm actually going to count this out. Yes, I did get in Brilliant Insanity. Yes, and anybody here who is going to be there, I will see you there. Now, if this gold man could please let me shimmy out of the way. So, definitely healing as soon as we get in here because there are scary things in here. And these ones, they're not as afraid of me as the ghost that is. So, please, Axe Knight, have your spell be stopped. It did not work. We even have to leave at this point. This is one bugger of an Axonite today. Alright. Take, what is this, 6? The Axonite spell is blocked. And we do get one attack in here because I'm attacked for 23. Alright. There's one cast of sleep. 31 is so borderline, but earlier in the fight I'm not going to do it. There's a second cast of sleep. And there's a third one. Are we safe, folks? Is it time? Oh, and we get another attack because we're safe at 35. Now, unfortunately, we're going to play that game of will the herbs outdo the sleep. And I think because that's another sleep, I'm just going to heal there for good safety. And another sleep. We've got this. We've got this. There we go. We have defeated the Axonite. So we search this spot. There's legendary armor here. So look at this. The swamp no longer hurts us. And we actually heal 1 HP every step. So this is an amazing time to be alive. So now here, we're just going to grind up to... level 13. After that, we're going to do a little bit more advancing the plot, so don't worry, we're not here for too long. This time. But now that we have this self-healing armor, we are very self-sufficient at this point. Like, as I said, we heal 1 HP every step, so that is, of course, the highlight. As well, Stop Spell will no longer affect us. So for that Wolf Lord that would cast Stop Spell on us, that would just be a free turn every time now. Our defense is super high. We haven't seen it yet, but Hurt More and Dragon Lord Breath will do less damage to us. And I might be forgetting something, but pretty much this armor is beautiful. And yeah, we're at 10,000 plus gold. 14,800 is where we need to be for the Silver Shield. So I'm thinking as far as safety goes, we're going to get this level, go back to the castle, save, go pick up the Stones of Sunlight and the Harp, and then we will get the Silver Shield. And then we'll get the sword. I was going over this last night in my head, and it didn't occur to me until this morning, when I had been going over it last night. I don't think I ever included the part where I pick up the sword, but definitely I know I'm supposed to do that. The sword is a very, it's difficult to get. You have to go into the final dungeon of the game, and there are a lot of scary things going through there, but again, safety saves. And why we get this armor and the shield before we do that. Yes, definitely. The sword is pretty much essential to the final part of the grind. That's why we just get to level 13 right now. It'll just pretty much give us a few extra stats we need that'll help cozy us up for the next part of the game, like the actual getting of the sword. But yeah, this would be incredibly slow without it. So I think I will fight a few goldmen at this point, just because I'm pretty sure I'm going to need some extra gold, probably. at this point in the game, if you're not as marathon safe and you have extra herbs, you might just go straight to Cantlin if you have enough money for the silver shield and herbs to fight the golem, but I don't feel safe doing that, and I think I used up all my herbs as well, so those two factors are kind of working against me. Luckily we can restock our herbs in a town when we go for the quest items. Oop. So right where I am right here, parallel to the town, is a nice enemy zone to fight. One tile lower than me is a very scary zone to fight that you want to start fighting in after a few more levels, but definitely not before you have the sword.
And for reference, the next level's at 5,500 XP, and while we're waiting for that, I'd like to talk about Take This. Take This reaches out to gaming companies to help them promote healthier and more productive work environments and ensure they have methods in place for helping employees who suffer from mental illness. They also travel to conventions such as PAX, MagFest, and TwitchCon to reach out to the gaming community about mental health issues via informative panels, and they set up AFK rooms at those events, which are professionally staffed safe spaces available for anyone who needs a quiet place to regain their calm. If you don't want to make a direct donation, other ways you can support Take This during this marathon. We've partnered with Teespring to offer Speedrun Ragnarok t-shirts, with 100% of those proceeds going to Take This. And also, all of the RPG's channel income via bits and channel subscriptions are also donated to Take This. So if you have like a Twitch Prime subscription, you could toss it our way. And Scala just linked the link to the shirts that you can take a look at.
So still fighting a few gold men just to make up for that extra money we spent before, but we're still about 1,000 experience away, and I feel like at this point, let's see, I'm about 3,000 money and 1,000 experience away. I feel like that's a decent ratio to have to hope for. Probably use a heal right here. It's important that I have 8 MP left over so I can cast Return when I head back home, but I've got plenty to spare just for safety. But defense breaking the Goldman now is sort of, I don't have to worry nearly as much. I mean, if we were defense breaking it before, after I got this Erdrick's armor, it's like, with my free healing, really no worries. But I think I'll try to not autopilot into the golems for now, or the goldmen rather. Just when I was about to drink some water, the gold man appears and I must run.
And this I'll be stepping out for a little while. We have the RPG chick who's going to take over some hosting.
Alright.
Hi, Sparko.
Hello, RPG chick. if I need to do any modification to RPG Chick's volume, just feel free to let me know. I think I have a little bit of time in between enemies here. And see you later, Sil. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you, Dog Developer. We're about halfway through. Yeah, as you can see, our money is climbing pretty fast, so I really shouldn't have to fight another gold man. I mean, we'll need the smallest amount of money. Oops, I went down to the bottom zone. Oh, can we fight a knight? Let's see how this goes. Yeah, that's not very pleasant. That's not very pleasant at all. So as you can see, oops, there's a reason I don't go down to that zone. It's scary. After we get the sword, then it'll be nice. So I think for level 13, I usually still stay parallel to Hawksness, and then for level 14, if I'm closer to my max health, I'll go down to the bottom zone, and then if it gets kind of scary, I'll just walk back up to the slightly friendlier zone. And then by 15, you're usually self-healing enough to be able to stay up there. Best armor ever. $1,800 money and about, I think, 700 experience to go now? Yeah, a little less. So we're making good pace. Good progress. This is kind of... Technically this is the longer part. Not exactly where I am right now, but after this next bit of plot is taken care of. It's a long grind session, but it's also, in a way, a lot nicer than the earlier one. just because with your armor, you're able to just walk back and forth and heal yourself and no longer need to worry about heading back to town, so even if it takes a while, you're just spending all of your time on the grinding, so that's really good. Now, if only the enemies would appear. There's one. Yay, Natara. Yeah, it sounds like a good deal of us here in chat will be attending, so that's lovely. Well, it would be definitely great to have you there, Bong, if you could, but, you know, it's hard to go to all the things. But, assuming it hasn't already filled up, you can either register now and cancel, or you can always watch for anyone canceling after. Let's look. GDQ is 88.5% sold out. Yeah, that's definitely one recommendation. If you do feel like you do want to go and there's a good chance of going, or at least a decent chance, I'd probably say just register, because there's no penalty for unregistering later. So if you think you have a good chance of going, I'd say securing a spot is pretty safe. I don't know the exact dates, but I know it will say on the registration page. I think last year it was... Okay, thank you, Scala. You know things and dates. Yeah, it's too bad that RPG Chick won't be there. I haven't seen you this year, but hopefully next year. This year just didn't turn out. But there's the future. I remember when I first met RPG Chick at, I believe it was SGDQ last year. I didn't even really know it was her. And then we were on the couch together with Toad for his Jackal run. That was a fun meeting. It's like, hello, I don't know who you are. Oh, it's RPG Chick, yay! Yeah, that was some good times. And yeah, Limit Break just wasn't a thing for me this year. It would be nice to go sometime though. Oh, I don't need to heal here. I'm self-sufficient. So yeah, look at that. Our gold and our experience are pretty much right on where they should be. I think I will definitely have some extra gold, but that's never too bad because I can always buy more herbs. So there is our silver shield money. Sorry, Goldman, I have no use for you. And we're like, what, 150 away from? Yeah, just about a little less than 150 away from the next level. And then more things will get to happen. We like things. $101 experience. And the Goldman will not contribute to that. So I actually maybe could have skipped out on a couple of those Goldmen that I killed from the looks of it, but that's okay. Alright, so maybe 3 or 4 more enemies, I want to say. Obviously, depends on exactly what they are, but close enough. Oh, right on the dot. How about that? Congratulations. It's level 13. We get 4 power, 7 speed, 7 hit points, 5 M points, and a new spell which you're going to cast right away. It's Return. We get to go back home. So, I don't actually need to go to that inn. It's okay. Because there will be another inn coming up soon. So hey, it's safety save time. Because we love safety saves. They're so great.
I think Natara would 100% agree with that statement.
So down the stairs, and then we get to go into the backyard. Or something. It's not really much of a yard. But the side door. So this is normally where I buy more keys, but because I have extras, I will not. We'll just buy more keys when we get to Cantlin. So down here in the back door, we've got the Stones of Sunlight Cave. What's inside it? The Stones of Sunlight. Hooray! So that's one of the necessary quest items. So we need to gather the Stones of Sunlight, the Staff of Rain, and Erdrick's token so that we can make the rainbow drop to get to Sherlock Castle. So the Stones of Sunlight are just in a chest right there. The Staff of Rain we need to get from an old man. We have to give him a silver harp in exchange, so that's what we'll be getting next. And then the token, where I previously mentioned, there's a man in Cantlin who will give you the coordinates for it, and then when you rescue the princess, you will get an item which is essentially a GPS. It'll tell you your coordinates. That's how you find it when you play it blind, because we're speedrunning, we know where things are. Or not even because we're speedrunning, because it's 2018 and we have the internet and spoilers. Now I think I want another torch, so we're just gonna buy it, to be sure. And then here we'll stay at the inn. So where do we go? Oh, there's a hidden door right here. There is a hint about that as well from someone. It's been way too long since I remembered where that hint would be from. So we're going to the bottom of the grave here. I suppose I could technically fight some enemies, but I don't know if it's really worth my time, honestly, because we'll be getting Erdrick's sword soon, and going to the top of the food chain of weapons. That's not a food chain, but that was just one of those moments where I started talking and went with my words. So it's a bit of a long walk, but thankfully it's a pretty safe walk. The enemies on the first floor are very safe to run from, and I don't think they get way too scary considering we've got the armor. Oop. It's important that we keep 6 MP so we can cast the outside spell, but that's really not a concern because we're self-healing. And apparently so are the Druid Lords, so maybe I'll stop fighting you if... Okay, we defeated it here, all is well. This cave always feels like such a long walk in the randomizer, but just because I'm headed straight here, right now, it's really not that long. So there's our silver harp. We cast outside. Just do a little loop there so I can enter next to the town quickly and stay at the inn. And then we're off to the town of Cantlin. So of course all these little enemies are attacking us, but we'll just ignore them for now. I don't recommend you eat the weapons, actually. They're very pointy. And maybe a little messy from all the fighting they're doing. So we're going to encounter some of the stronger enemies now on the walk here. It always runs a risk, but it shouldn't be way too dangerous. call the weapons friends either. I mean, they're not entirely sentient. So now we're in the pretty scary zone. If I'm going to be in trouble here, I'm just going to remind myself of my max HP, which indeed is 70, so that's good. Again, just like the Axe Knight fight, I definitely want to save my herbs for the battle. Can you please let us run? Thank you. And even though I am self-healing as I walk, I definitely don't want to be way too low on health when leaving, just because these enemies are really dangerous. Especially the Demon Knights and the Star Wyverns right here. It's the Jerk Bird of Dragon Warrior. Well, you're being a really rude werewolf. Are you guaranteed to sleep? I'm gonna just do that and maybe chant some heals here. Maybe that would be a good idea for the future. But we're still fine, we're still fine. Look at us, healing up, just sitting in a field casting heal. So that bridge takes us over to where the token is, but we don't want that yet. First we want to go this way and fight the golem. And get the silver shield. So just make sure I'm at 70 HP. And we fight the golem. We do get a first move, so that's nice. So you can't even see the cursor on Fairy Flute right there because Golem's hand is in the way. But this is the reason we picked this up earlier, because it will put the golem to sleep. Now I'm a little rusty on how much the golem can hit me for at max, but it's a pretty safe fight for the most part. See, there's a 43. That's kind of, that's a lot. Unfortunately, the golem wakes up again and decides to punch me. So if only Golem could, please stay asleep for a couple more turns, that would be nice. And this is why we've got our herbs. And Golem wakes up yet again, that time only hitting for 26, but I'm not trying to spell here, I'm trying to use an item. So we get to hear this lovely little ditty a few times. And it's this pattern. This fight's going kind of unfortunately. He's waking up every single turn. This is not right. Like, I don't even have the ability to heal more than once here. My health is going down. Well, I have to hope for the best here because Golem just isn't cooperating with me here. There we go. Phew. I'm being super careful here. We're healing before we walk 2 steps. And here we are at the town of Cantlin. So remember all that money I didn't want to get rid of? Here's where we spend it. And here is our silver shield. So you may have noticed the flame sword, but we are not going to be buying that. We're going to be finding a sword in a treasure chest that is even better than that one. Yeah, that was a pretty nasty golem, but we did get there, thankfully. We're gonna have to refill our herbs, stay at the inn, and buy some fairy water before going on our next adventure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Is the golem defending the town or just being a jerk and letting no one go to the town? So, I believe actually I didn't need to buy that torch, so I'm going to sell that torch. And then buy my herbs back. We're selling that torch so we can have a little bit more room for fairy water. Double check my inventory here. We've got keys, harp, flute, and stones, and nothing extra. Excuse me. So this is where I will buy all the fairy water that I can. Which is only that much because I'm out of money, but that's okay. And I'm just going to go on a little walk here. That man there inside those barrier tiles is where you actually get the coordinates. But we are not going to be getting those coordinates because we know what they are. I mean, if you asked me what the coordinates were, I couldn't tell you. I don't know the exact numbers of them, but I do know where to go. And that's all that really matters, right? So now we're just getting the token, and then we're going to go off to another big, scary part of the run. Going through Charlotte Castle. Of course, this wizard is being kind of rude. Now, if we happen to not run, it's not the end because I spent all my money. Thankfully, we ran, though. It would just take time because we'd have to walk back out here again. So, hopefully I remember which spot it's in. I might need to search a couple tiles, but let's just see. As soon as Mr. Jerkbird gets out of our way. Hello? Please let me out. I think it's, oh, this one? Question mark? Nope. This one? Oh wait, no, I think I have to be parallel to this thing, so it's probably this square. So, fun fact, the Super Famicom and this version are a little bit different. There's the token. Oh, I'm supposed to use fairy water there, and I always forget. So I guess we're wasting one fairy water, but that's okay, so you're supposed to use the fairy water to make room in your inventory and then pick up the token. But I didn't. So this is a little bit of an unnecessary safety save in the way that if I die, it's not the end of the game. But just because we just did a lot of things, we're saving. Because marathon safety. Like, the only reason we wanted to stay alive, I mean, other than not having to walk back to places before, was not losing our gold. We have no use for gold anymore. I mean, technically, yes, we'll be staying in inns and using herbs, but that's nothing that can't be recovered through basic combat. Whereas if you happen to die midway through your grind and lose like 3,000, 4,000 gold, that's significant. So, the fairy water is essentially the repel spell. It keeps all these lower level enemies away from us. So we're gonna go make the rainbow drop, but first we need to take a little detour up here. We have to turn in the silver harp and get the staff of rain. Oops, me controlling. Oh right, and this is a staircase. I have to use the stairs command. there's our Staff of Rain. Put on another Fairy Water. And we will go get our Rainbow Drop. It's very peaceful, having no enemies to encounter here. I don't know, I want to believe that, you know, our legend was foretold and all these old men know we're coming and they know to expect us. Or, you know, maybe they have family otherwise that could replace them if needed. Another Fairy Water, I believe that's our last one. But we're kind of in a zone where I think we're not going to be repelling everything when we get a little further down, so... It will be a little unhappy to not have it on the way to the Sherlock Castle, but it's not the biggest deal. That's just me making a little wee mistake. Command. Hello, Felly. So there we've exchanged the Staff of Rain, Stones of Sunlight, and Erdrick's token for the Rainbow Drop, which will make a bridge. I was wrong about not repelling the enemies, I think. I sure was repelling all of them. So anyway, at this point, if I happen to die on the way to the castle, it's not the end of everything. If I do die, I will save there, just so if I happen to die again, I'll just be able to reset right away instead of, you know, letting the whole death song play out. But pretty much, I'm just healing here. I don't even know if I used any MP, but just in case. Oh, I'm only at 36. That's right, because we cast Return. We go. Oops. So we're gonna get a little glimpse of the final castle. Good morning, Bahamut. So I definitely could fight these mid-level enemies, but because we're going to be getting a sword so we can fight higher level enemies, it's really just not that important right now. So I would be repelling these enemies, but I think the water ends up around here. Anyway, get her to rainbows. It's rainbow drop time. So it's gonna be a little scary in here. We need to stay alive. We need to stay alive, and these enemies are not going to want us to. Well, hopefully you slept well. This run is going alright. I mean, we had a little bit of bad luck of first getting over to buy our first key, and then the Axe Knight luck was pretty bad, but we're here now. We are just heading towards the final big grind section of the game. We just need to get a new sword, and it's free at the cost of your life. It's... oh no, we have been slept by the Axe Knight. We wake up, fail to run, have 2 HP left, and we fail to run. Now, this is my, of course it's my intention to like zoom to the reset button there, but that would be bad. So we are saving here again, so... Don't worry, it's not terrible. I mean, of course it takes us time to walk back to the castle, but this is not a safe walk at all. Oop. Hello, let's walk out of there. Exactly, marathons are all about contending with the bad luck, so... We'll get there. So yeah, a death here isn't bad for the game itself, it's just bad for the time, unfortunately. And yeah, when you're fighting the Axe Knight, you definitely want to cast Stop Spell against it because that's essential for beating it, but when you're just trying to run, you just kind of hope for the best. I think all but one of those last encounters had run away from me. Now my question is, why couldn't we have made a stronger rainbow drop? Why couldn't we have hit a bridge right from Tantagel over to Sherlock here? And obviously the answer is that would be too easy. In the further Dragon Warrior games, they give you a boat. That would also make this a little bit easier. But, you know, they don't want to make it easy for you. That would take the fun out of it. Please let me run. Thank you. Healing up. A few times, because we want to be safe. I should double check my max health right now anyway. Is it still the 70 number? Yes, it is. Okay. Also, to be fair, I'm building a bridge across that lake there is more than the one tile that the rainbow drop does. Oops. Nah, they didn't learn how to build boats yet. So we're going over to the throne here. If you sit there in the seat spot there, it sort of gives you a hint. I think something about feeling like a breeze blowing behind you or something. So kind of want to make you hint. You have to search here in the spot that this werewolf is guarding very rudely. Can you please let me run, sir? Please. We're going for this. Didn't work. I tried. Couldn't do anything about that. So we're not supposed to be getting the lack of luck from werewolves, really. I'm expecting that from the Star Wyverns, but unfortunately, that's what happened. So we're having fun today. We're having a lot of fun. This is how a Dragon Warrior run goes. Welcome, everybody. Would you like to see the same scenery over and over? Because have I got some trees for you? Well, I'm guessing, because they couldn't build boats, they had to just learn how to get to the other land. It only makes sense. So what else do? You dig. Well, I left my Clefairy at home, so I didn't have anyone to cast Flash for me. So I just had to bonk my way through around in the dark. Now, I had just barely made it to this island. Can you please let me run from you? Thank you. I was actually thinking of that song too, Bomb. Alright. What is this, take 3? I hope it's take 3. It might be take 4. Alright. It worked that time at least. Now can we please make it down to the next floor? Please. Oh right, you have to search, and then you have to use the stairs command. And I don't have a spare torch anymore, do I? So let's cast Radiant. I can get from the top of the castle to the bottom where the Dragon Lord is in the dark, but the truth is, I don't really know my way to the sword in the dark. Oh, and the Axe Knight is here and casts Sleep. The good news is we have a lot more defense than before. The bad news is, when you get slept, you can't do anything about it. Dear me, this is being kind of brutal right now. I mean, I know this walk is hard, but this is being extra brutal right now. We can't even make it down to like an extra floor. Yes, I should axe them very nicely to pass. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe I'm not using my manners. And yeah, I probably should grab a coffee along the way. If I keep falling asleep, well, that's definitely my fault. I need to get Erdrick's espresso machine. I don't think I have that many houses to promise, though. So, is this the time? Can we make it past like a few steps into the first floor? 'Cause that wasn't very nice. Alright, made it to the castle. Step 1. Step 2, cry. No, don't cry, it'll be fine. Step 2 is probably hydrate. I'm gonna have to search every time I keep dying too. I'm looking for Radiant here. Yeah, those Axonite spray made way too much cologne. Okay, sir, please let us pass. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. There we go. See, using manners is really just all you need to do to get around here. Excuse me, sir. Oh no. Oh no. I need coffee again. Please wake up. Okay, we woke up. Excuse me, please. No. Sir, please. Thank you. Alright, folks. We have a new plan. It's called Use Our Manners Every Single Time. Excuse me, sir. Thank you. Well, I'm pleased to say we've made it further than ever before today. So in the middle there, you'll see that chest. That's actually where we're headed right now. That is the legendary sword. Nice floor. So the music is going down as we go further down into the basement. Excuse me, sir. I wish to pass by. Oh, no, don't sleep me, mister. Please, no. Excuse me, I'm... Oh, dear me, are we dead? Well, now we're dead. That's too bad. That was really kind of promising, and now this is what the whole run is turning into. We tried. We tried, folks. It's just too bad that this is happening so often. So many times in a row. But you know what? I hear so many people have been going ahead of their estimates. I'm just trying to put us on schedule, right? Hey, Anthony. It's all good. Thanks, kind of nerdy housewife. I'll get there. It's, you know, just a matter of, well, continuously trying until it works. It's just unfortunately when one of the strongest enemies in the game has a sleep spell, it's, well, you can't do a whole lot about that. love it when they run before the battle actually starts. That saves my time. I'm enjoying all these axe puns too. They're beautiful. Alright, we're having better outside run luck. Let's see what the inside brings us. Alright, again, searching for the stairs, finding the stairs, casting Radiant. And then running away from this jerkbird. And running away from this werewolf. I said... There we go. I believe the Stardew run was starting just around my bedtime last night. Excuse me, Mr. Axe Knight. I wish to pass by. Excuse me, Mr. Axe Knight. My manners just aren't working right now. Alright. We got away. We were in the red zone, but we got there. Just healing up a lot. Alright. Made it to the next floor. Thank you, Bong. Hey, we hadn't seen a stone man yet. Now, thankfully, stone men are, not very agile. And a blue dragon we've not seen yet. They have the fire breath, but it's not way too damaging. That's a bit of a relief. It's still the Axe Knights that we are afraid of. And, well, look at that. Please, sir. We're awake. And we're still not running. And we ran. Beautiful. Alright. And another Axe Knight. And another sleep. Oh, dear me. Okay, we're awake. We run away. Very good. Remember, we've also got herbs. And we've got, what? 6 more heals as well. So we've made it yet a little further this time. This screen is where there's a split between going to the Dragon Lord and the sword. I always remembered it, left for Lord, down for sword. That was what I told myself back when I was still learning this game. And we're almost there. Almost there. Few more screens to get through. There's going to be a couple of these tiny little things here. Only 2 tiles to walk, but things can still encounter you. And then here, you take a little ziggy-zaggy path down this way. Of course, there's a werewolf there, because why wouldn't there be? But we're making progress. And then here is our sword. We did it. So I am just going to death warp us out of here because money is not important. What better way to get out of here than our friend the Axe Knight? Beautiful. That's what we wanted. So again, safety saving. At this point, it's not so much safety as far as saving the run, game-wise, as far as if anything goes wrong with the Nintendo, we have a save point. I really hope nothing goes wrong, but we will be saving after every level for good measure. And yes, at that point I wanted to die. I could have also cast Outside and Return, but because I wanted to save, for that fact, it was just faster to go over to take a death warp that would take me straight to the king. That's a good way of putting it, Yagamath. Magical teleportation home. I'm trying not to jinx it, RPG Chick. That's why I'm doing more saves than ever before. How did I not run from this ghost? That's just silly. Anyway, remember that area near Hawksness where we were leveling up before? Well, dear me, I hope you liked it because we get to see a lot more of it now. So we're still level 13, but we have a new sword now, so this is going to be a lot faster than before. Anyway, we really don't want to fight the Goldmen because they are just a waste of time now. We have no need for money. Any money that we do need, we will just get through battles. So for level 13, we're definitely still just right parallel to Hawksness, and at level 14, we'll start to look at the stronger enemies. And we'll hydrate. Guess what? It's been about an hour since I took a stand. I'm going to have a stand right now. Remember to stretch and hydrate. Be happy, everybody. It's time to remember to take care. If these Goldmen would just stop appearing. Depending on the RPG, some of them can be difficult. Some of them like this are like kind of easy to learn. But you know, if you want to get a really top time, then you have to really start focusing on things. But the basic run itself isn't, you know, difficult doing wise. It's just, well, time consuming. Anyway, just please forgive my slightly noisy floor mat, but that was a fun stand. We stood. It was great. My legs are happy with me. Excuse me. Oops. Accidental went into the menu. No, thank you, Mr. Goldman. We're going to remember to use our manners for everybody. So between our new sword and our relatively new armor, we're pretty safe here. We have no need to go into any towns to heal up as long as we don't get in any really bad situations, which is just why we're going to be careful around the level 14 place. Jab Wrench! Jab Wrench! Jab Wrench! Hello. Welcome. Welcome to grinding the game. Goldman, please let us by. I mean you no harm. Hello, Eon. Yes, unfortunately, the gold grind happens in, like, essentially the very beginning, within the first, like, I want to say after about 20 minutes, ideally, it starts. I think I was a little bit behind that today, but yes, unfortunately, we have no need for gold anymore. Now it's just the regular grind. Now, if you could stop healing, please. Well, thank you very much for the good luck. Or rather, the best of luck. The truth is, I have not had the best of luck so far, but we really only have one more luck thing to go through, and because we're going to be fighting the Dragon Lord at level 19 instead of 18, it's really not too worried. We have a good shot. So I will apply all of that luck right to that fight, and we should be fine. Yeah, it was essentially the theme of the run today has been like anything going wrong, 90% chance it was an axe knight. Oops, I'm on autopilot. Sorry, Goldman. I didn't mean to hit you with my nice new sword. No, he's angry now. Now, I always thought the wyverns looked kind of, I don't know, like diabolical. Definitely happy, but in an evil way. He does look pretty happy, but yeah, maybe it's the other ones that look angrier. Oops, autopilot again. Donald Duck's head. Huh, I've never seen that. Maybe it's the lack of hat. The werewolf does stare into your soul, but they also have stop spell, so it's pretty great. It's like free moves. I love this new sword. Yeah, the armor blocking sleep would be, well, probably overpowered. But that would be pretty neat. But, again, probably very overpowered. I guess they're pretty duck-like. I've never really thought about what sort of bird the wyvern was other than questionable flying bird. I don't entirely remember that character from the Looney Tunes cartoons. I know I've seen it before, though. It's just been so long since I've seen any of them that I don't quite remember anymore. That's digging back into my childhood. And my memory is poor at best. Oh yeah, the armor is crazy strong. It is so many good things about it. Ooh, pardon me. And yeah, Claire, earlier I had mentioned that I wanted the Poke Flute. For me, of course, how do you play the Poke Flute when you're asleep? Do you ever just think you hit the button and you didn't and you're wondering why things aren't happening? But obviously that was a manipulation for that excellent move, so I apologize. The run is now manipulated totally. Not really. Now, Goldman, I don't know why you're attacking me, but that's rude. Goldman, let me go. I'm not even concerned. That's not a safety issue. It's just a time issue. We spend so much time having to walk to Sherlock so many times that I'm over wasting time. No. No, stop spell and sleep are really the only things that can happen to you. I don't believe there's a situation where more than one would happen to you, honestly. Like, I think an enemy can only have stop spell or sleep. They wouldn't have both of them. So, technically, you can't have them at the same time, just because it's like, no enemy will give that to you. But I mean, I want to say in theory, maybe, if it were actually possible, just because stealth spell is a thing that happens and it stays until the end of battle, whereas sleep can be a temporary thing. But then of course you have the issue where I have Erdrick's armor right now and stop spell will not work on me. It's kind of beautiful. Oh, yeah. If you say yes to the Dragon Lord, your game essentially soft locks, and that's kind of awful. I've never done that in the vanilla speedrun. But once in a race, I said yes to the Dragon Lord and clearly lost the race. And yeah, there is no poison in this game, and you can't cast a spell on yourself, like, a spell that you cast on an enemy you can't cast on yourself. Obviously, you can heal yourself and cast return and whatnot. No, I can't return the Dragon Lord anywhere else. Technically, you can cast Hurtmore on the Dragon Lord, but it only has a 1 in 16 chance of winning, of hitting rather. So that's not a safe speedrun strategy. Also, I mean, when you fight the Dragon Lord at level 18, traditionally, you don't even have Hurtmore at that point. Yeah, no, there is no poison in this game either. The only things that can happen to you are stop spell or sleep. So, that is not an option. Goldman, I'm busy. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I've played a game where I could see a return to town item would make an enemy go away. I know in Pokemon, I think it's like a Poké Doll or something that you can use to distract the enemy and get away from it. Kind of weird against the Wraiths. I can, like, get them into their healing zone right away sometimes, but then that's more of a bugger of just hitting them for a lot and killing them right away. It's like, it's a heal battle. Why? Good afternoon, Paladin RT. Yeah, it's the original Dragon Warrior for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Grinding the game. It's a very old school RPG here. It's just you and your sword, and a few other helpful items. Nice. It's a lot of first people's RPGs. And yet I never played this until my late 20s. My first RPG was Pokemon Blue and Super Mario RPG. I think I sort of played through them both at the same time-ish. I don't entirely remember which one I played first. And apologies if you can hear that snowblower. It's just doing its job. On my next A-mashing battle, it's hydration time. I never saw my parents play any RPG games, but I definitely remember playing Super Mario Kart with them back in the day. And there is our level, Courage and Wit. It's level 14. Some nice stats to help us, and it's safety save time. Excuse me. Please let me through. Let's tell the king all about the deeds we've done. We wish to continue on the quest. And I'm talking to the king again by accident, so let's just save again for extra safety. Well, to be fair, I mean, my parents only played video games with me when I got my system. So, you know, it was like a family activity. Anyway, here we do get to start fighting some stronger enemies. Slightly. Pretty much my plan for level 14 is fight in the stronger zone when we are at full HP or close to it. And then if we need to heal walk up in the easier zone, we will. Yeah, I can fight you. You're in the zone I want. Oh yeah, that guy can recharge my MP, but I don't really need MP for this. I'm very self-sufficient here, and I'm not using any spells for anything. Other than return. So anyway, let's take a look at these stronger enemies, see what happens. Maybe fight a Demon Knight and then cry at the results because they're very difficult. These knights are going to be kind of nice because they've got the stop spell. My grandmother actually had an Atari system. She didn't live in the same city as me though, so I only got to play it when I visited her. And eventually she moved to my city. And I was so sad when she didn't bring it with her. I really wanted it. But I'm sure it was just too much work to bring something like that. Or she just didn't realize how happy I would have been with it, but either way. Playing on those old systems. It was special. I don't remember too much about it. There was I think there was some version of Dig Dug, and then there was a Joust and River Raid. River Raid was the one that I loved despite the fact that I was really bad at it. Like you're in an airplane and you shoot other airplanes. It's just like one of those, you know, top view shooter airplane games. But yeah, I would just choose the hardest level and then go to the hardest level and then die in it. And that was fun because kids are stupid sometimes. I'm allowed to say that if it's about me. It was just not. There was this really narrow pathway to get through, and I could not. So I got a Super Nintendo for, it was either my birthday or Christmas one year. So that was my first system. I never got a Nintendo until years and years later when I finally got a job and I'm like, oh, I can buy this off of eBay. Yes. Back in the day when instead of using PayPal for eBay, I would go to the post office and buy a money order there. Good memories. This is why we don't like Demon Knights, by the way. You can hit them for a lot. They can dodge you. So far, this grind down here is going pretty well, though. I've never played Pokemon Crystal. My first was Pokemon Blue. My aunt had gotten me a Game Boy for either, again, birthday or Christmas. And my very first game on that was a Simpsons game that's Escape from Camp Deadly. It was really hard and not great, but I played it because that was the game that I had. But getting Pokemon was great. I never had somebody that I could trade with, but I caught everything that was possible from a one-player game. Excuse me. The yawns are coming. So if I'm remembering correctly, I believe the next level is going to be at 10,000, and then it goes up by 3,000 from there on, I think. Hopefully I'm right. I don't have my actual splits open, but I feel like I might be on the later side of things right now, unfortunately. But hopefully the end game won't be too bad. For all the hearing of people being ahead of estimate, I might not be. We'll hope for the best, though. Still got 2 hours, though. A little less than 2 hours. The metal slime area really isn't all that efficient to go grind in, though. Unfortunately. And metal slimes aren't worth near as much as what they are in other games. Though thankfully, at least so far, this grind down here has been pretty safe. I have not lost large amounts of experience for a while, so... Or, by experience, I mean... health. You don't lose experience in this game, and that's some consolation. haven't played Dragon Quest XI yet, but I hope to someday. I have this problem that is, I have too many games that I want to play, and it's really hard to play all of the games. But one day I'll get to it. Soon TM. My losing experience in Zelda 2 was not a happy time. It was. Those things were not fun to deal with. I enjoyed Zelda 2. It was, I mean, definitely difficult, but I just beat it blind for the first time about a couple weeks ago, I want to say. Maybe 2 weeks ago I finally beat it. And I definitely feel like I appreciated it more once I was past a bunch of the difficult things. Like, you know, when I was in the middle of doing a hard thing, it was difficult, and I was like, why? But then once I got past that point, it was okay. And I'm like, you know, this isn't so bad. Alright, so finally our health is actually dipped down to a not so happy spot, so we'll go up to the safer zone to fight for a wee bit. Demon Knights will do that. Try to go up to the safer zone and then everything just starts ambushing me. It's okay. We're gonna be fine. My backup plan is just go to the trees where the encounter rate is not nearly as large, and look at that. We're probably fine again. What's our health? Look at that, 59. We're solid. If I really needed to, I could heal. But I really don't have too much to worry about right now. Except for saving 8 MP for return. That's the only thing I need to worry about. And maybe these ones casting heal. That's what you get, sir. You get the excellent move. Oh hey, I love it when they cast Stop Spell. It's a free move. If anything gets really scary, I've always got heal and herbs. It's not a great worry. This hero is safe. Spell will not work. Why are you trying? Again, the only ones I worry about. Demon Knights get a lot nicer when you get to 15, but when I'm higher on health, I still don't worry about them too much. I think I'll go up to the safety zone for a little bit after this one, though. Yup, miss, miss, miss. Don't dodge my attack. Twice in a row it dodges my attacks. You're not... Maybe it's secretly a Wraith Knight who just came out into... Or a Shadow Knight. What's it called? Oh, it is a Wraith Knight. Demon Knight? Demon Knight. And he came out from the shadows. And that's why he was missing me so much. So almost a 9,000 experience now. We're getting there. And back to the safety zone. When my health gets into the 30s, it's kind of iffy. Nice. Back to the spooky zone. With the Wraith Knights with their cute matching boots and mitts. It's important to coordinate. Demon Knight. I know that's what you want to do, but I refuse. Level 15 can't come soon enough. Not too
Well,
far.
while you're grinding, Sparko, you mind if I plug some incentives?
Go ahead.
So, coming up after this, not immediately, but pretty soon after, we will have the girl and the robot. And you can pick whether they are wearing a blue or white dress, have an ancient or shiny look. And right now, nothing has been picked. So that makes me sad. We also have, coming up later on today, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, where you can name the fighter tag. You also have Lufia Ancient Cave Race coming up tonight, where you can name Maxim. You can name the Capsule Monster, you can choose the Capsule Monster, and you can choose the 4th character. And none of this has anything donated towards it yet. No incentives in this area have been chosen yet, and all of this stuff is coming up pretty soon, within the next couple of hours. So yeah, if you want to choose any of this stuff, it's completely free, wide open. Name some stuff, pick colors you like, go for it.
So I believe we're just about 400 experience away to the next level. Where we'll do another beautiful safety save, because we love safety saving. And then we'll be stronger. It's just beautiful. Those Demon Knights that we're missing a lot, I think. Very little chance of missing them once you get to level 15, so that sort of helps. Just about the 5-hour mark here. It's a long grind, but it'll be worth it. Someone needs to take out the Dragon Lord. Excellent dodge. I wondered when that would come up. So that's the route as a Demon Knight. We would have taken it out in one hit, and instead now we're in trouble. So now we're going to go on to herb strats and try and out-herb this Demon Knight, unfortunately. Safe here, though. So now we're just going to go up to the little safe zone for a bit. And look at that. We have enough gold for our silver shield again. Not that buying a second one would do anything, but... yeah, later game money is easy to come by and unnecessary. Just another nice heal up in the trees here.
Oh, he who is pale, thank you for the $5 donation. Girl in the robot, blue dress is best dress. I agree, blue is best.
Thank you very much, keeping us well dressed. There is a lot of grinding in this. It probably is about 5 hours of grinding. It's where you get to hang out and chat with your pals. And hey, we're almost to level 15. To be fair, we are a little behind from where I'd normally want to be because we just had some really bad axe knight luck in 2 different spots. So... we're trying. But sometimes you just have to go to sleep in the middle of a walk through the castle. Oh yeah, the manipulation of this is quite something, but... how long is it? I believe the record is just below 25 minutes. That sounds about right. It's quite amazing, though. But not something I'm able to do, unfortunately. Anyway, there's our level 15. Beautiful. Another 8 power. 8 everything? Oh, but 1 MP. Anyway, we're going to take this moment to return home and have a nice little save for good measure, because that's fun. And yeah, the world record of this route that I'm doing is 5 hours and 15 minutes, and it's a phenomenal run. Everything went right in it. It was great. I myself have, 5 hours and 35 minutes, I want to say, maybe give or take a couple minutes. And even that was a pretty darn good run for me. Anyway, I'm just going to stay at this inn while I'm around. It might not be necessary, but it wouldn't be the worst idea. One thing we did pick up this level is the repel spell. So even though we are doing a little bit extra walking, this will help even it out a little bit. Yeah, pretty much if you're trying to go for a really good time in this game, there are a lot of things that can just stop the run. So yeah, you can see, nice quiet walk now, since we have the repel spell. And yeah, no manipulation, I want to say, to do a run, an okay run of it, it's not that bad. But to do a good run of it, that requires a lot of luck and some skill. Anyway, I really don't think I should be repelling these enemies, but I might be, so maybe the next time I come back here I will not cast repel that late. Anyway, back to the grind.
Can I pop in with another donation?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
We have $5.55 from Scala Kitty. Let's have a shiny robot. I agree. Let's have a shiny robot.
Yay, shiny. And also thank you very much for, Bahamut has gifted a sub to Paladin Artie, so thank you very much for that as well. So remember when I was so excited for level 15 and that I would be able to fight Demon Knights better, and now that I'm fighting one, it's dodged the first 2 attacks I've made? Numbers are fun. Random numbers are great. It's not guaranteed, it's just a lot easier now. Unfortunately, I rolled the bad end of those numbers. There, that's a nice Demon Knight kill. That might console me a bit. Oops, I don't want to go up there, but that's okay. Just, you know, walking around. Looking at the different scenery. A lot of dodges here that I'm definitely not a fan of, but that'll happen. Definitely time for another standing break. The good news is the inputs are, you know, pretty low impact. I can walk back and forth just like my hero. How much attack power do I have right now? You know what? I'm not actually sure. We could take a look for fun. Let's see. We have 108 attack power. And I believe when you get to 18, I think you have 125. But it's still not quite safe at 18. If I were on PB pace, I might be selfish and say, I'm going to try at level 18, but I'm definitely not today. So, 19 is for sure the safe choice to make. Pretty much as far as marathon safety goes, fighting your way to 19 takes about as much time as, I think, about 2 walks to Dragonlord and fights. And since at 18 you only have about a 20%, possibly less chance of killing the Dragonlord, that's the safer way to go about it. love being able to kill rogue scorpions in one hit now. Not consistently, but enough. I believe at the next level that might also start happening for Demon Knights as well. We can still appreciate a good bad joke. Oh, 15, that's definitely on the low end. Yeah, funny enough, from Dragon Warrior Randomizer, I've definitely learned how to calculate the damage you do when fighting the Dragon Lord, but it's not really like I've ever really had to calculate that for the speedrun because your stats always turn out the same. So, I just know, you know, go at X level. Yeah, metal slimes unfortunately aren't worth it in the vanilla version of the game. It's, they don't give as much experience as in Randomizer, and yeah, I am nowhere close, even guaranteed hitting them. Yeah, I think to guaranteed hit them, it's like mid-30s. If by 30s, I mean mid-130s. And by the time I'm there, I'll be ready to fight the Dragon Lord. And yeah, that's the other point, as Game Boy brings up. The other monsters in that zone, I couldn't easily fight them the way I'm fighting these. What makes this grind work so well is that my defense against the monsters is good enough that I'm defense breaking them often. So I'm able to walk off most of the attacks that they give to me. So, you know, I'm self-sustainable. Just need to walk back and forth to heal. Pretty much anyone who's tried to find another place to grind outside of what's been determined here, at the end it's just been determined that anything else you do, as far as like fighting stronger enemies or something and then maybe going to an inn or something, it's just not as efficient as this. Because you're really just grinding the whole time here. We have reached 20,000 gold. It's a shame it can't be used for anything. But yeah, just thinking about 115 experience for the metal slimes that will often run from you and you won't even be able to hit most of the time. It's just not worth it versus these enemies that you can get, you know, like somewhere in the 30-ish or so for 2 hits often, but sometimes you get rude ones like this that heal. Ah yes, I've gotten the silver shield already. I've got all the best items. Yeah, generally the silver shield is picked up on before you go get the sword, just because, well, it really helps. My getting the sword process was not a good one. There were many Axe Knights who wanted to show off their sleep spell. It was not a good time. We lost a lot of time on the sword dive. I did. So in Randomizer, Golem is worth 255 experience. In this one, it's worth 5. Even in the Super Famicom remake, I think he gives 2,500, I believe, in the Super Famicom remake, actually. But the reason behind that is there's only one. In Randomizer, you can't exactly have golems running around the world worth 2,500 experience. That would be silly. Also that too, fair enough. That's the maximum. Which I believe the 3 monsters have, which is the Golem and the Metal Slime and the Red Dragon. Ah, limitations. I mean, I always assumed that the 5 experience for Golem was, you know, on purpose, but just kind of rude. He's more of a gatekeeper than anything. He just won't let you into Cantland. Ah, gee whiz, thinking about it, Golem gave us such trouble too. Yeah, pretty much in the vanilla game, he's used as the guardian of the city of Canlin. It's like surrounded by a wall and there's one tile, and it's a forced encounter with the golem. Trying to... I think the mobile version is similar to the Super Famicom remake, though I'm not sure if they're the same or not. But yeah, in that version, Golem should give you a lot of experience instead of virtually none. So about 1,000 experience away from the next level. Yes, definitely, for sure. The Super Famicom version is a lot friendlier to play. So yeah, they're probably very similar then. I think any version that's been released since that version has been based off of that one. And honestly, I'd say it's probably very enjoyable casually. I mean, I've never really played that version casually, but just from what I've seen, it seems to be, you know, a lot nicer. It's not so much grind heavy, but you can definitely still, you know, have to go through all the plot points and stuff. And it can still be great. Yeah, I mean, that one seems to have very good reviews. It's pretty much agreed on that this version is too grindy, and I mean, I kind of do agree. But at the same time, I also enjoy a good run of it every so often. I definitely want to learn how to run some of the other Dragon Warrior games, but every so often this one is still nice. As long as you've got some company to chat with, it's really... the time passes alright. But I feel like definitely for the next marathon we do, I want to have a new trick up my sleeve. Yeah, definitely Game Boy. Really good for chatting and, you know, sitting back and relaxing. Grinding in RPGs is pretty chill, yeah. Yeah, that's another thing too. I bet that, you know, if I wasn't streaming this, it would also be, you know, if I wasn't streaming, I could, like, have something going on the computer on the side or something watching it, like watching my own stream or something. Many ways to pass the time, but company is the best one. Everyone likes their metal grinds. I don't think I've ever killed a metal slime in one of these runs. I doubt it. I don't think I've killed one on the Super Famicom either. And you actually want to encounter them in that version. In this one, it's not so much. I'm liking all these excellent moves I'm getting right now. Come on, help us save the seconds. I don't remember their exact value myself, unfortunately. But yeah, it is a good portion of... It saves you, I think, a couple minutes at least. I guess it depends when you get it, because you can get them either before the Dragon Loop or after. But either way, they're helpful for sure. Oh yeah, grinding is alright if you can achieve a rhythm in doing it. Like, this is pretty, you know... Once you're at level 15, even if you're still missing Wraith Knights sometimes, or Demon Knights rather, you still just like walk back and forth. You're pretty safe. No one's hitting you for too often, so unless something really bad happens, it comes together pretty well. Now, if you could just stop healing, that would be lovely. Almost at the next level now. Small victories. Probably 2 more enemies, I believe. Oh yeah, you give 37. That gives us, look at that, another exact level right on the dot. So only 4 more power that time. 21 magic is very nice. And so, we safety save.
And hello, this is Silverfire. I'll be your donation reader for throughout the end of this run. Looks like we're on a pretty good clip here. It's level 16 at 5:30.
We'll try our best to be speedy.
We are a very long ways off if we wanted to meet the incentive where Sparkover rescues the princess and takes them to meet the Dragon Lord and carries them through the rest of the game. Other incentives that are coming up, there's a bid war between dress color in The Girl and the Robot, which is currently winning with a blue dress. Also, bid war between a shiny or an ancient robot, which is currently winning with a shiny robot. And also, any donations made during this run will enter you into a drawing for a blue slime pillowcase made by Scala Kitty. Other incentives coming up, there's naming incentives in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. There's no name chosen, so if you want your name as the fighter tag in Smash Brawl, then get in on that. You can also name Maxim or the Capsule Monster in Lufia 2. You can also choose the Capsule Monster in Lufia 2. I like Fumi, personally. And you can donate to choose who the fourth character that the runners will be bringing in that. Guy, Ceylon, Tia, or Lexus. You can either go on Team Waifu with Ceylon, you could go on the generally most effective team with Guy, or you could force the runners through a little bit of pain with Tia or Lexus, who are generally less useful characters. There's also naming incentives in AD&D's Pool of Radiance. And then there's also an incentive in that to show the betrayal ending and lose to the copy protection boss. It's one of those older games that has some interesting copy protection mechanics that basically have the manual of the game.
I've never heard of that, but that sounds really interesting.
You can do naming incentives in Final Fantasy IV, but if you're not interested in naming incentives, there's also, coming up later, there's going to be Link's Awakening, not the DX version, the original version of Link's Awakening. If we get to $200, we're currently at $20, then the runner of that will be undergoing a 3-heart challenge, not picking up any additional hearts throughout the entire run, which will introduce quite a bit of additional challenge. And then for Final Fantasy I Randomizer tomorrow, if at $150, we will be forced to fight Warmech during the seed, through the help of an additional flag in the randomizer that can make Warmech required. So we've got a lot of cool incentives coming up. And all donations go directly to Take This. Take This is a charity whose mission is to inform the gaming community about mental health issues, to provide education on disorders and coping techniques, and to reduce the overall stigma around mental illness.
So I'm not sure if anybody missed the part where I'd be walking back and forth for almost 2 hours here, but here we are. 3 more levels to go. As we get stronger, it'll definitely be easier because we're at the point where now the levels, the experience needed is the same for a few levels, so at least I'm just getting more efficient. as I get stronger, but it's a good time. Got some hydration. Well, you have a lovely class. Thank you for the good luck. The truth is, I've probably drank more coffee than water right now, but I'll be okay. I've got my water now. Coffee was for the first half of the game. There's definitely still some grinding involved in the remake, but just not to this extent. Like, for comparison, I think I'd approximate in the Dragon Loop speedrun, you kill 7 dragons for a lot of experience, and then you spend about 20 minutes grinding otherwise. Ish, give or take.
Yeah, I mean, that speedrun finishes in, what, about 90 minutes, for give or take?
Yeah.
If you're on good pace.
I believe the world record is about 1 hour 17 minutes. So yeah. 1 hour and a half is, like, a good time.
Yeah, the EXP in all of the remakes has been readjusted, and it seems to roughly be around triple what you get in this game.
Anyway,
For
Daniel
example,
mentioned talking about music. So how about that Dragon Warrior battle theme?
Yeah. We've been listening to it for a while now.
That's probably not the music he had in mind. I am not feeling any jitters from the coffee. I drank a quite normal amount of coffee for me, so I didn't feel the need to over coffee. I mean, even if I woke up at around the same time that I usually do for work, it's a lot more chill when all you have to do is walk to your living room and not even, put on outside clothing. So, it's nice.
So real talk about Dragon Warrior music, though. I really appreciate that in Dragon Warrior 4, how with the whole mechanic of, like, it's a different chapter with each character that you're going through, and each time you go to a different chapter, the overworld music changes, and it really does feel like you're just in a different part of the world.
Mm-hmm. And then I believe if you have them leading your party in the 5th chapter, their theme song will play, like their chapter's theme. So that was fun. Alright, 14,000 experience.
Do you ever duck into Hawksness when you have, like, full HP to just, like, kill a werewolf or something? Or is that not really something that you like to do on the marathon safe route?
Not around this level. Maybe in, like, level 17, 18-ish. Though I think even in the regular run, I don't do a whole lot of that at 17. But maybe 18 heading to 19 I'd consider it. I seem to remember doing that on my first speedrun. No references to Dragon Ball as far as I know, but I've also only played through the Nintendo versions of these, so... And I don't know very much about Dragon Ball, so either way, I'm not a good person to ask for that.
I assume you mean other than the character design being Akira Toriyama, because like you can definitely look at, especially in like some later Dragon Warriors, be like, yep, these are Akira Toriyama characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the artwork is definitely very similar. If by very similar, I mean by the same person. Yeah, I'm not sure if there were any, like, direct shoutouts to it or anything. Not as far as I know. Hey, Omega Number. A fair amount of this run has been grinding. I want to say... probably about maybe an hour and a half of it was not grinding, so... no, almost 5 hours at this point. It's a grindy speedrun. Yeah, Toriyama's style is pretty distinct. Like, I didn't know about it at first, but when I actually started to see some of the Dragon Quest artwork, it was pretty obvious if you've seen any of the Dragon Ball. Alright, so we're just about halfway through this level's experience. Good times. I'm up on the wrong zone, aren't I? Maybe. Either way, this enemy is in both zones, so it doesn't matter. I am in the right zone. That's why I normally go 2 lines down from where the other zone is, just because bad walking sometimes happens. Command. Command. I still technically do commands, I just don't do multiple commands in a row. But that is essentially the basis of the manipulated speedrun. Yeah, the manipulated speedrun really is something else. It's really impressive. There was a little bit of debate when the manipulation was first brought out. But yeah, pretty much this used to be considered any percent, and then when the manipulation was first pretty much shown to the world, it was a runner, I believe their name is Crow, that sounds right. They pretty much posted a video that showed a manipulation over to a metal slime kill at level 1. And from what I understand, they pretty much was like, I'm not going to be the one to do this, but here's your information, work with this, or something along the lines of that. So when that happened, what the run started off as was just, I think it was Karakarn who did a manipulation to go kill, I forget if he did one metal slime only right away or if he did a few others as well with that. But pretty much the rest of the run was the same. It was just some metal slimes and then the rest of the game as is. Obviously the difference was getting the first few levels was a lot easier. And there was some debate with people between saying whether or not that's enough to consider it a new category or something. And for a while it wasn't. And then after a while, when NES Cardinality finally decided to manipulate the entire game, after, a lot of people were saying, oh, this is impossible, that'll never happen. Well, he likes to prove that wrong sometimes. So I think it wasn't until that one run was released that people thought that it was time to change the categories. So, but yeah. Essentially, this run used to be considered any percent, and then manipulation happened to make a new any percent. My health was actually dipped a little bit low, but I'm not worried. But yeah, it was an adventure. Like, I think the first manipulated run still took, I think, a little bit over an hour, which of course was still amazing at the time for sure. And he didn't even tell anybody like what he was doing, so people were just like, oh, he's finally gonna kill some metal slimes. And then he kept going. And he kept going, and people were like, I wonder how far this goes. And that was a fun stream. I've gotten to see a lot of progress on, well, the whole unfolding of the manipulation of this becoming a thing.
Another thing I'd like to point out is it is actually World Mental Health Awareness Day, so it's really a good time to be supporting good mental health and a good cause such as Take This today. Some of the things that Take This puts the money towards, they have commissioned white papers from clinicians on effective treatments for mental illness. Their most recent white paper is called Crunch Hurts, and it addresses the impact of harmful overwork in the tech and video game industries. They also travel to conventions such as PAX, MagFest, and TwitchCon to reach out to the gaming community about mental health issues via informative panels. And at those conventions as well, they set up what they call AFK rooms, which are professionally staffed safe spaces for anyone who needs a quiet place to regain their calm in a tense and busy convention environment.
Yeah, it's a very appropriate day to have falling on this week of our marathon. But yeah, back on the topic of the whole route changes. Sometimes, changes in the route do happen that people, they just drop the old route completely and they're like, yep, this is the new one. But I feel like the fully manipulated route is just too difficult for most people to want to do. I mean, hey, myself included, so no judgment there. But it's a lot to put into.
You mean that navigating the entirety of the final dungeon in the dark with not being able to even make extra bonks into walls is difficult?
No. Yeah, frame perfect inputs for, 25 minutes if you're world record caliber, but otherwise it's a doozy. Thank you very much for hanging out, Bahamut. Have a lovely day at work, or at least your meeting if you are already at work. Either way, have a lovely day. See you later, Omega number. Yeah, it was definitely really exciting to see the progression of the RNG manipulation. I mean, it was even the 12-hour challenge, I think, early last year, where WeeGee picked up the game, and he even discovered a new strategy to help save time. Like, before, every single buffer was command, 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 and he discovered that you can also just watch the arrow, like the arrow that, your selection arrow. So, that was an amazing discovery. And it was really neat that Nest Cardinality got to run Dragon Warrior at the previous AGDQ, and WeeGee was actually able to make it there and join us on the couch, so that was pretty neat. Good to have, at least two of the people who had run that route there. Well, that was a big ol' move. So time is passing and we're almost at the next level. Isn't it lovely when time just passes through great company? I am kind of worried about time, though. A lot of the setbacks in the early run have kind of added up.
I mean, one of the runs that we added in was literally added last minute to fill 30 minutes of estimated extra time that we would need to fill, so I don't think I'd be too worried.
Hopefully not. I am hearing a lot of people going ahead of time. So hopefully an extra setup block can just pad the extra little bit of time that I might need. True Game Boy, I may have been on the couch as well for Dragon Warrior. My commentary was great. Did you see me count backwards from 5 to go? That was just... I practiced it like the night before. It's my lame joke. I will Sometimes if I'm with Ness Cardinality or something, or even just in chat, and someone finds out I was on the couch, I'll be like, yeah, did you hear my commentary? Wasn't it great? And they won't always remember that there was no commentary. They'll be like, oh, I don't really remember. But there was no commentary for the fact that it is a frame-perfect run, and therefore he was the only one that wanted to do the talking for that to make sure nothing went wrong. So that's my lame joke. And yeah, Dragon Warrior 2 is mostly manipulated through. From what I understand, it's just a door problem or something like that that makes it hard to manipulate through. Anyway, look at that. 0 attack power at level 17. What a good time. I just cast Repel when I meant to cast Return. And now, a safety save. I am proud to report that I've made it further in the run than the previous marathon where I played this, where unfortunately a freezing Nintendo stopped the run. Oh, Empty Eye, loving his 0 stats. Anyway, I think for speediness, we're just going to cast Return there, and not go back into the castle. We're just going to go back into the town for good measure. I probably don't need to, really, but safety strats are safety strats for a reason, and we have Heal More now. For fun, what is my attack power? 112, so the next level must give a good amount of attack power then. And now we've learned the spell of Heal More, which in theory says it's okay to kill the Dragon Lord now, but with your attack power that really isn't happening. It's technically not impossible, but you would need to land the sleep spell, which has a 1 in 16 chance of working. Funny enough, in a failed run attempt of fighting the Dragon Lord, I cast sleep on him and it actually landed. But in the end, I lost. But that was kind of exciting in the moment, way back when.
You can't even go for the 1 out of 16 hurt more because you don't get that until level 19.
Mm-hmm. And by the time you get to level 19, you're pretty safe against the Dragon Lord.
Yeah, it's like over 90% to win, and that.
Which is why we're doing that for marathon safety. Just get an Axe Knight to cast Sleep for you. Yeah, I wish I had a 1 in 16 chance to have Sleep work on me. That would have made this level, or this run a little easier.
I'd even take, like, any sleep resistance at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I have any spell resistance. I mean, unless you count the Erdrick's armor, but that's different. Alright. 50% stop spell resistance, but also 50% sleep resistance. How about that? Good trade.
I would take that over 100% stop spell resistance and 0% sleep resistance.
Yeah.
As long as it means that if you get silenced during the first half of the Dragon Lord fight, that means you're not... The stop spell wears off before Dragon Lord 2 starts.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works. If it's for both fights or not. Who is the Dragon Warrior? I believe the answer is the true Dragon Warrior is inside all of our hearts, with the power of friendship. I could be wrong. I did just have an excellent dodge. Bong doesn't like it when the Dragon Lord reveals his true self. He thinks he's trying to reveal his true feelings to us and just try and be a nice friend, and then we just beat him up. I somehow don't subscribe to that newsletter. I think if the Dragon Lord just wants friends, then he probably shouldn't start breathing fire on everybody.
He offers to half the world with you before he starts breathing fire at you. You first hit. Just saying.
Yeah, but you've been back attacked by the Dragon Lord. You know how it feels. I remember when level 15 was the promised land of, like, not having trouble with Demon Knights anymore, and here we are at level 17, missing them twice. But, you know, defense breaking consoles us a little bit. Getting a lot of misses now, but that one missed me too. So, I'll forgive you for that one.
I've been called out in chat as a dragon sympathizer. Look, I'll just say that, like, Charlotte Castle isn't even on the same continent as Tantagel. The king should just mind his own business.
But the Ball of Light was taken.
It's not like we need to kill Zoma. The king doesn't need the Ball of Light. He's just being greedy. We even have the canonical sequel to Dragon Warrior when the when you do agree to the sharing 50% of the world, which is Dragon Quest Builders.
Yeah, I really love that they made a game based off of that. I played through the demo of that on the Switch, and it was so cute. Another 2 dodges in a row. 3 dodges for this Demon Knight attack. Wait, so is this gonna be the hot new video game then? Jeff Warrior? Released on the Nintendo Entertainment System. Maybe not. Hello, Anthony Nelms. Welcome here. Let's have a good Demon Knight this time, shall we? Rude. Also rude. Very rude. What happened to the Promised Land that was level 15? Where did I go wrong? Exactly. Rude. Thank you. The perfect emote to display how I feel about Demon Knights. Demon Knights are the best. Like, I should really make a Demon Knight Perler and sell it on the market of Perler land. Yes. I'm sure that would sell so well. Honestly, one of my favorite things, it's in the randomizer. So you notice how I have this like battle scene of like, you know, nice hills and things? It kind of changes based on where you are. And inside caves, the background is all black because, you know, you're in a dark cave. And this doesn't happen in the vanilla game, but in the randomizer, you can have a Demon Knight appear in a cave, and the entire battle screen is just black, all black. It's my favorite. It's so beautiful. All these dodges, though. 3 in a row still. I give up. Level 15 was not the promised land. I guess level 15 is just where it gets safe, but when it comes to actually hitting the Demon Knights, you never have a chance. They're too nimble. That's the best way to put it. I love a good polar bear in a blizzard at noon. Hey, Hangry Canuck. Yeah, it's... He's nimble, and I'm not angry enough. I need to swing my sword a little harder, I think. Alright, so we're just about halfway through this level. Yeah, true. I've already had an excellent dodge or two this game, so... It's not. It's not going unnoticed. I see you, Demon Knights, and I can't hit you. I could try my manners again. That might work. We are raising money for Take This. Silverfire, if you're around, did you want to explain that a little bit? Might be a little bit busy right now. I don't have all the nice reading information right in front of me, but pretty much Take This is an organization that, all my words are gone. I'm losing my words trying to walk around and grind. So Take This is a charitable organization that helps raise money for good, like, mental health and awareness. They go around to... Oh! My excellent move hit! They can set up... Uh-oh! Silverfire's internet is out. That's no good. Anyway, they set up at, like, large conventions, and oh, I see Silverfire in the Restream Discord again. Sorry, I'm getting half distracted here. I went into my spells by accident. Anyway, sorry, my ducks are in a row. I was talking about Take This. They travel to different conventions, and they make the gaming community aware of mental health issues. They have panels, like informative panels for that. And they also set up their AFK rooms, which are the professionally staffed spaces for anyone who needs to take a place to regain their calm. I haven't actually been to an event where I've seen them yet, but from what I hear, they are very fantastic. Oh, thank you, Bong. You're having a donaire. That's beautiful. I will have a nice lunch after this. Hey, Glitchless. It's not randomized. This is so vanilla. Yeah, as Hex just said, we did a randomizer for Randa Royale. And I was kind of sad. At first they ended up picking one of the Dragon Warrior games, and for some reason it just wasn't really accessible to get started, so they ended up not playing it and something else. I got so excited for that though.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Sorry, I lost internet for a little bit there.
It's all good. I mean, that's not good, but you're back now, and that's what matters. I don't entirely remember Game Boy, which the first one was. That was selected, I mean. Demon Knight. Demon Knight! Come on. That sounds right, Hex, maybe. I wasn't the one doing it. I just heard about it, so now I've kind of forgotten. I think I'm just gonna travel up here a wee bit so I can, heal up. Oops. Autopilot. I mean, I'd probably kill the gold man in one hit from there, but, let's just not. Another excellent dodge. Yeah, pretty much the rolling for that whole thing was live, so going through whatever troubleshooting would be necessary wouldn't have worked so well live.
How much grinding do you need? We need to hit 20,000 experience points for level 19.
Is it really just 20?
22, sorry. 22,000.
That sounds more right. So yeah, apologies folks, but I'm definitely going overestimate because some bad things happened.
I wasn't here for the bad part, so what did happen?
Pretty much any place where I needed to walk to something difficult, I couldn't walk to that difficult thing. I mean, minor problems started in the beginning when we had to go buy our first key. It was pretty much wolves and warlocks said no. And then, what was the next thing? Oh, then the next thing was killing the Axe Knight. The Axe Knight would not let anything happen. And
How about the Golem?
Golem was okay. He was tricky, but I think we still did, yeah, we still did Golem on the first try. It was just, it was a long fight because every single time Golem only slept for one turn until the very, very end when I'd was exhausted my resources. And then getting the sword, that was a doozy. That's probably what took the most time. It was just a lot of going into Sherlock Castle, getting slept by the Axe Knight yet again, because Axe Knights. And then, yeah, it was kind of rough. So unfortunately, yeah, I was hoping to be finishing up the game around nowish, but there was a lot of bad luck.
Seems like maybe 30 minutes from now we'll hit the target XP.
Yes. So hopefully that's not causing any large problems for anybody up next. I know we do have some setup blocks.
We did have a filler run after this, so we might have to cut that filler run, unfortunately.
I'm sorry, filler runner.
I mean, the filler runner is Hex, so...
Oh no. Oh no. I'm so sorry, Hex.
It's not like she hasn't run other things in this.
But... my guilt. Almost to level 18 though. I mean, again, technically level 18 is possible, but I'm not about to start up an attempt at the Dragon Lord when we're already this far behind. All these Demon Knights would cooperate. These 2 misses in a row are such buggers. I was honestly very torn with what to put as the estimate for this game. Like, because you really can do this in around 6 hours and still get level 19, but just that has to be like still super optimal. So I figured a half-hour window was enough for a buffer, and then the game was like, excuse me, I am Dragon Warrior.
Well, it gives more people to get in if they want to have a chance at winning the slime pillow.
I bet it's super cute. I'm pretty
It
sure I
is
have
super
seen
cute.
it.
I'll link it in the chat.
Anyway, there we go. There is our beautiful level 18. So are you telling me? Go ahead.
A $20 donation during this run will enter you to win that slime pillow. And we also have some lovely incentives that you can donate for. The girl and the robot after this will have an incentive for either a blue dress or a white dress. Currently blue is winning at $5. And an ancient robot or a shiny robot. Currently shiny is winning at $5.55. Later, we'll have Super Smash Bros. Brawl, where you can choose the fighter tag. Currently, there's no donations for any, so even a single dollar, you could have the name of your choice. Lufia 2 Ancient Cave, you can name Maxim, the protagonist, and you can also name the capsule monster. You can also choose the capsule monster, and later on, with later tonight, with AD&D's Pool of Radiance, there's the copy protection boss, which I understand is somewhat entertaining if you lose to the copy protection boss. There's also the additional betrayal ending, as opposed to the good ending, which will be shown. Those both require $100 incentives to be met. Both of those are at $0.
I think we're up to about 4 excellent dodges of Demon Knights now.
They do have a particularly high dodge chance.
It's so bad, but they're so good for experience.
Scala puts a lot of work, but I understand that it actually is not actually that difficult to defeat slimes. Now, drawing it, pressing it, and laminating it onto a nice-looking pillowcase, that sounds a little more challenging.
That's where the real work comes in. Defeating them. Most people can do that. Getting there.
Yeah, EXP does start picking up at this level because you're more frequently one-shotting the enemies.
Yeah, the giant attack power boost that gives you only the sliver of hope of beating the Dragon Lord at this level also definitely helps out in the grind. Let's have a little change of scenery. Kill one enemy in Hawk's Nest. I said I might consider doing this.
There are, in fact, no metal slimes to hunt down. They're too infrequent, and the other enemies in their zone are mean.
Yeah, essentially they're not worth it in this game. Oops, I didn't mean to leave that town. Come on, we were getting a few werewolves. It was pretty good. I'm being brave with this right now because we do have the heal more spell, so it's safe enough.
These are the jerkbird of Dragon Warrior 1, the Star Wyverns. They have heal more.
Fighting an enemy with heal more is not fun. I wonder why. Is it because they can erase all of your progress? Yes. And there's a heal more right there. That's why these ones are really not good to fight. But if you can hit them in their sweet spot, where they won't heal, then it's good.
Yep, the AI script will only cast heal if they're below, I believe, 1/3 of their maximum health. So if you kind of do half their health in the first hit, then they'll usually not end up casting it. They'll just be at half health and then they'll die.
Though this is all I am finding right now, so I'm not liking this grinding zone as much. It's just inefficient when all you get is these ones. That one I did alright against because I got it in 2 hits. Another thing to note though about these enemies is I believe they can start with as little as 75% of their maximum health. So if you come across an enemy, you might be able to hit it in 2 hits if they're not at max health, and, you know, not if they are at max health. But no matter what, heal more will heal them back up to their max health. So you might just get unlucky that way and make a harder fight for yourself. I don't remember the exact range on heal more. I want to say up to 99, but I could be wrong.
I believe it's 85 to 115.
Oh, okay, that's even better. I never know if I'm thinking of randomizer values or vanilla values, to be honest.
I don't think it was changed in the... Heal more, I don't think was changed in the randomizer.
Alright.
But I could be wrong. It's pretty impressive, that's for sure.
Anyway, I'm not sure if this is necessarily faster or slower, but it's a nice little change of pace. Those werewolves were nice because I could kill them in 2 hits, and now I haven't found one since the very beginning.
I mean, also, to be fair, the power of heal more is essentially required to beat the Dragon Lord. He does up to 48 damage in a turn, and it is a long, grueling fight.
Yeah, the fire breath can do up to 48, so you need heal more, or like level, what, 28-ish? 27, 29, somewhere in there.
I had a brief heart attack when I heard the fire breath sounds, just where I'm like, oh, is this big dragon breath or little dragon breath? Oh wait, this is vanilla, so normal enemies do not have big dragon breath.
That was a feature of randomizer. Anything can have Dragon Lord breath if it believes in itself enough. So that one actually might have been in range for heal more, but didn't cast it. Either way, I'm kind of enjoying the change of scenery here.
I think it is a little bit faster as well.
Yeah.
You're gaining about 1500 XP in 10 minutes instead of about 1000 XP in 10 minutes.
The only factor is these star wyverns are, well, jerk birds by nature. So if they start heal-moring, that's when I'm kind of in trouble. But otherwise, as long as I can keep my health up, I think it's better. Unless, of course, the werewolf does nothing but dodge me.
Yeah, werewolves appear to be defense broken.
Mm-hmm. I do have the plane space that I can walk on here, though, if my health gets a little bit low, so that...
You also have heal more.
That too. And someone else also has heal more. The jerk. Okay. So we got 2 hits on there, so this 3rd hit should be good. Solid for this fight.
You did not miss warring with the dragons. We are still warring with dragons.
In fact, there are even dragons in this enemy zone right here. If only someone would appear. And speaking of, there's a dragon, and there goes a dragon. I think I'm winning the fight so far.
Oh.
I believe there's a heal most, or no, there's a heal us all in a future game, which is Dragon Warrior 4 and possibly 3. But yeah, not in this one. Though to be fair, heal us all is kind of... Heal more is heal us all, effectively. It's me.
So as we're closing in on the target level, let's talk a little bit about the charity that we're here supporting. Take This has the mission of informing the game community about mental health issues, providing education on disorders and coping techniques, and reducing the overall stigma around mental illness. They help people in the gaming community suffering from mental illness by letting them know they are not alone in their struggles and there are treatment options out there to help. And they provide education on mental illness so that friends, family members, and coworkers can be better allies to those who are suffering.
I think it's time for another standing break. Stretch the legs. Oh yes. So I'm surprised at how efficient this Hawksness grind is going, actually. Like,
I think that strength boost at level 18 really is what does it, and that's why you don't normally see it in the level 18 completion speedrun.
yeah, but even on my first speed run of this game, I did go into Hawksness for a bit, and I remember always having to leave leave the town just to go outside and heal a little bit. Though maybe that's also from experience for me, you know, now I know a little more about when's a good time to go walk on the plains instead of the desert, maybe.
Yeah, maybe that's some of it too.
Either way, this is working well, and I'm very glad that this is more efficient than the previous space, because I may have just stayed there without trying it. But yeah, that attack boost really does make it good. I don't know, Bong, that sounds like a spell a goof-off might have. Oh, heal more. I'm just gonna run from this one. It's heal more twice so far, and I just... Fighting your way through that is not fun. And now, it won't let me run. This is the jerkiest of the jerk birds. There we go. Getting some good excellent moves in here now, too. Alright, Star Wyvern. Be kind. There you go. Yeah, a lot of these enemies I can often kill in 2 hits. I feel like even though I can one-shot a lot of the enemies outside sometimes, often there's still 2 hits anyway, so if I'm going to be killing things in 2 hits, more often than not, may as well be these ones with more experience. Closing in on the next level, and then we can advance the plot for the very last time. just need these enemies to not be dodging me.
I'll take a dodge over a heal more. Let's be fair.
Speaking of heal more, might have to do that in a second here. So I believe, unfortunately, due to my shenanigans of many things going as wrong as they could, I think we have a slight schedule change upcoming here.
Yeah, we're gonna be, so the Time Spinners run was actually added kind of last minute to fill a last minute schedule opening, and we're just gonna be dropping that and kind of pulling it back into its bonus run in case if we need it for schedule filling. We're sorry, Witch's Hex. We're going to be moving, after this, we're going to be moving straight on into The Girl and the Robot, run by Proto-Magical Girl.
Anyway, there's our level. Wait, I have to check my items. I do not have enough items for this. Anyway, it's officially go time. I should go to the inn. Anyway, so my question for that was, I know that there are some donation incentives for that. When will the cutoff be for those?
Let's go with when we start the Dragon Lord fight, please stop donating, and so that we have a moment to process anything, and because we plan on pretty much going straight into that run as soon as we can get things set up in between, because we will be switching restreamers after this. So if you want to change either the dress color or the robot style, the dress can either be white or blue, the robot can either be ancient or shiny. Currently we have a blue dress winning with $5 and an ancient robot winning with $5.55.
So the estimate for this game was 6 hours and 30 minutes. I don't think I'm making estimate. I apologize.
Yeah, I'd say your chances of making estimate are fairly low right now.
I accounted for some cushion for some things to go wrong. Then everything went wrong. But thankfully, we are on the final little push here. All we need to do is dance into the Dragon Lord's castle and defeat him. It's that easy.
Can we have a question in chat? Can we have a dress on the robot and a shiny girl? Unfortunately, we can't. Somebody should work on that mod.
I would love to see the robot in a blue dress. Thank you, Wells. I will apply all of that luck to this upcoming walk and fight. Because you also... Honestly, I think I need more luck with the walk than with the fight.
I'm actually curious what the character's agility is at this level.
Let's just take a quick peek. 80. Oh, that's super high, if you're Sparko. But not really actually good for walking through the castle. And actually, well, we have a second, and my attack power is 127, alright. Stats. Though if I remember correctly, I believe this Dragon Lord has 130 health, a little bit less than in Dragon Warrior Randomizer. And also, it's not a surprise amount. In the randomizer, the Dragon Warrior can have a range of HP, and of course you won't know how much it has until it's done. At least in the ballpark value. You might not even find out for sure. So with our 1 torch and our 6 herbs, we go on this journey. So running from a lot of the enemies that gave us trouble the first time we came through here to get the sword won't be so bad. It'll still be dangerous. Axe Knights still have sleep, but we'll have a better chance of running from them. The bad news comes in the lower floors when then you're introduced to red dragons and armored knights. Some say the red dragon is the real Dragon Lord. Because dear me, has the red dragon ruined many runs.
Yep. They are affectionately, not that affectionately, known as the Fun Police. Because they catch you and then you're going with them out of the castle and back to Tanchill.
And it really won't be any fun. Now the good news is with 130 HP, we're pretty well padded at least. So this is the split that we were at before. This time we'll be going left for the Lord instead of down for sword. I have actually been really wanting to play through the Sailor Moon RPGs at some point. Sailor Moon was definitely like one of my favorite things ever in like grade 5, and I'm sure childhood me would be very happy to know that adult me has been playing some Sailor Moon video games. Anyway, we did come across our first armored knight, and did run on the first try, so that's very good. Anyway, look, it's nice and bright, and there's a Dragon Lord who, does disappear when we go into battle, but trust me, still is there. So far, running from these armored knights has been pretty good, so I'm thankful for that. See, 80 agility is so much, it's great. And not a single red dragon. Not even have a death necklace to put on here. What is this? Anyway, the Dragon Lord's going to offer me half of the world, and I'm going to say no, because if you say yes, your game soft locks, and you have to go back to your last save. I did save just before this, but still, that's not optimal. So ideally, we're looking for the Dragon Lord to cast Stop Spell here, and that was the easiest Dragon Lord 1 fight in the world. I mean, I could have used an herb, but only taking 10 hits, I wasn't too worried. We do get back attacked by the Dragon Lord, but we are able to get in 1 hit before having to heal more, and we did 9. So I have to be careful not to scroll over to hurt more, because that's essentially instant death for me. Another Fire Breath attack. We attack for 12, that's very good. So far we are above average. I believe our range for attacks are 6 to 13, unless it's 6 to 12, because I always confuse that with the chest. But pretty much an average of 9. So all of our attacks have been average or above average at this point. So I'm just going to go heal more here. If you were brave and think you need to get more attacks in, attacking at 47 isn't a bad idea. but because I am definitely ahead of the curve, I am happy. We hit for 10 there and have 41. We have 55 health, so we can attack again and get a 12. Then again, I'm giving you these stats based on a level 18 Dragon Lord, and I am currently level 19, so maybe never mind about all of these stats that I'm rattling off to you. But either way, it's a pretty safe fight for what we're working with right now. I believe there is finally a low attack. We are going to have to heal here. So the idea in when you're level 18 is, I believe you want to get at least 2 double attacks in. And sometimes that means you're going to have to attack when you have the chance of being killed. If the Dragon Lord does max damage to you, which, you know, isn't incredibly common, but it'll still happen. And with 58, I can attack again. I believe I've done 105 damage so far, so yeah, we're sitting so pretty. If I'm on PB pace, I'm like super trying to make sure my menuing is like super the best, but I'm just trying to be kind of careful right now, just to make sure we don't miss menu. Anyway, we have defeated the Dragon Lord and have gotten the Ball of Light. So we pretty much did it. All we have to do is return home and talk to the king. And, well, apologies for taking about an extra half hour and 2 minutes, but that was Dragon Warrior for the Nintendo Entertainment System. And time stops when you lose control, which is right there, and thus the tale comes to an end. Thank you very much for joining me, everybody. Thank you for all the GGs. I am just going to be handing this over as soon as the next restreamer is ready, so I'm not going to talk too much more. But anyway, thank you very much for joining us for this marathon, and you will be seeing more of me later on. Silverfire, take it away.
All right, we are cutting off the donation incentive for the girl and the robot. It's going to be locked in at blue and a blue dress and a shiny robot. And we'll be having Proto Magical Girl and on here very shortly to run the girl.